engines burn bright. Supermax flying, chasing the light. From jump points to battle, through wreckage and war, he's seen it all, and he's coming for more. Through Pyro's fire, through the outlaw's gaze, he's chasing down the headhunters, murder hobos toe. Supermax flying, no destination, no fear, a legend in motion, the frontier is near. Freedom fighters rise, the battle is nigh. For the citizens, for prosperity, we fight or we die. Scavenging the depths where the shadows creep, trading routes through the void so deep. With stealth and skill, he's earned his name. Every system echoes his fame. The verse is wild, but he plays it smart, with a pulse of fire and a fearless heart. Supermax flying, no destination, no fear, a legend in motion, the frontier is near. Freedom fighters rise, the battle is nigh. For the citizens, for prosperity, we fight or we die. Stars don't wait, the void calls out. A pilot's fate, forged in shouts. No rules, no kings, just open skies. A drifter's soul never dies. Supermax flying, no destination, no fear, a legend in motion, the frontier is near. Mining deep, hauling wide, one ship, one crew, side by side. So raise your glass to the stars tonight, for the wanderers who chase the light. In the name of freedom, hear our cries. Supermax legend will never die. Out in the black where the stars shine bright, Supermac takes flight in the endless night. With news and guides he lights the way for all the pilots lost in the fray. Jump into quantum, engines ignite, fly through the verse, chasing the light. Tuning in, gotta catch the stream, living the dream in a space fuel team. Supermac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. Talking ship builds, new updates too. Squadron 42, what's coming through? The hype is real, the verse expands. With Supermax voice, we all understand. Through jump points, nebula haze, he's mapping the stars in a cosmic maze. Explorers, traders, fighters unite. In the verse, we take our flight. Supermax soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. So if you seek the latest lore, or dream of space like never never before. Join the crew, no need to roam. With SuperMac, you're finally home. So if you seek the latest lore, or dream of space like never before, join the crew, no need to roam. With SuperMac, you're finally home. Out in the black, where the stars shine bright, SuperMac takes flight in the endless night. With news and guides, he lights the way for all the pilots lost in the fray. Jump into quantum engines, ignite, fly through the verse, chasing the light. Tuning in, gotta catch the stream, living the dream in a space-fueled team. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. Talking ship builds new updates to Squadron 42, what's coming through? The hype is real, the verse expands. With SuperMac's voice we all understand. Through jump points, nebula haze, he's mapping the stars in a cosmic maze. Explorers, traders, fighters unite, in the verse we take our flight. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. So if you seek the latest lore, or dream of space like never before, join the crew, no need to roam. With SuperMac, you're finally home. SuperMac soars across the skies, breaking down the news with keen insight. From Stanton's core to the outer rim, he's leading the fleet, come fly with him. So if you seek the latest lore, or dream of space like never before, join the crew, no need to roam. With SuperMac, you're finally home. Come fly with him. Drifting through Stanton, engines burn bright. SuperMac's flying, chasing the light. From jump points to battle, through wreckage and war, he's seen it all, and he's coming for more. Through Pyro's fire, through the outlaw's gaze, he's chasing down the headhunters, murder hobos toe. SuperMac's flying, no destination, no fear.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? Oh, happy Monday. Solin, this is the best soundtrack I have ever heard, my friend. I love it. Oh, it's amazing. I've listened to them all about 4 or 5 times now. And then I said, oh, could we get some bagpipes in one of them? And, sorry to skip it, but... hang on, that's not it. Have we had... must be this one. Hang on, which one am I looking for? Ah, this one, sorry. This proper slaps. Bagpipes seem to be the thing these days. Out in the black where the stars shine bright, SuperMac takes flight in the end. Bit of double bass pedal as well. And guides, he lights the way for all the pilots lost in the fray. Jump into quantum engines ignite. Anyway, let's just keep that in the background for now. Solin. Beautiful, my friend. Can't wait to see more and more from you, mate. Anyway, let it turn it down on my side as well, because... oh, yeah, I just can't stop listening to it. So cool. Yeah, my Scottish blood has awoken as well. You got Squadron 42 with bagpipes from Geoff. There was Erms, who's just done an album for a Scottish band, like metal band, who use... bagpipes as well. Pretty damn nifty. Anyway, I think it is time to get going. Availt, thank you for the follow and welcome everybody. How are we all doing today? Happy Monday. Let's see who's here. JJ, Griff, Ty, John, Metascallion, Thomas, Astro Monkey, Lister, Burger Pops, Dungeon Master, 7 YouTube and welcome, and then over on Twitch, who we got? Coffee, just chatting with yourself this morning. Are you doing all right, sir? Solomon, Apoc, Solin, of course. How you doing, sir? Academy, Ralthan, yeah, mate. Eclipse, Ehawk, G-Sharp, Chief, Skipper, Jones, Space Guy, Red Bar Cheddar, Victoria, thank you so much for the 2 months, continuing of the 3-month gift from Deacon. Thank you, sir. Quantum Kit. Oh, beautiful songs. Which one's next? Okay, we need to go back to the normal playlist, I think, for now. Although, I think from now on we may have to open up with those. Let me just get this music back to normal. I love every single one of those ones. And I honestly can't decide which one I prefer the most out of the 3. There's something different with each of them, which is what makes it cool, you know? There is something very... like, they've each got different vibes. One's more heavier, one's more melodic, but they're all super epic. Who else have we got? Shempastor, Mighty Steed, Nutmeg, Morgo, Uriel, Rickan, Greater, Ranger Mo, welcome for the first time. How you doing? Special Cirques, how are you doing today, sir? Tomato King, thank you for the insight, Tomato King. I actually missed that quote from them. And Marcon Dendra, 07, everybody, are we doing well? Serpanel, Hyperion, Zulf, Joe, Stackar, and welcome. Happy Monday to you all. I hope we're having a good Monday so far. Mine is, it's nice to be back to normal. I do miss camping already. It was pretty savage, was that wind. As soon as I pitched the tent, it ripped one of the pegs out. out of the ground. Like, there was a big chunk of ground that came out. It was quite soft and soggy ground anyway. So I ended up having to go back round and really hammer him in on a proper angle. And thankfully, from that moment, it was sort of dropping anyway. So it wasn't going to be as bad as that. But I've got a lot of footage. I recorded as much as I could. A lot of it is internal. I couldn't do a lot of external recording. I couldn't leave the camera outside. It was wet and it would just blow away. So most of it's from the inside. But it was really nice. It is a bit autumnal at the moment, yeah. But yeah, it got up to like 50 odd mile an hour when we first arrived. There was pretty much me and maybe one other person setting up. In fact, this old guy, really old, was setting up, and his wife, who had 2 crutches, was trying to help take bags to his tent. So I, myself, and my cousin were like, give us the stuff, we'll take it to him. But his nephews joined him later. And then by the end of it, there was 30 odd tents there. It was pretty loud. There was people camped right next to me, stoners as well, listening to music. Which, you know, they're nice enough guys. There's nothing wrong with them at all. They were just having a good time. And then it got to like 11 o'clock and they were dead silent. They were just chilled out from then on. But it's, yeah, I'll try and put it all together, create a bit of a video for a separate channel that I haven't even created yet. I'm going to play with the footage a little bit, see what I can come up with. And then from there on, it'll just be every time I go camping, I'll do a bit of recording, maybe do some reviews for the goods, the products that I'm using. Separate channel, as I say. It's not going to take up any time from this one. This is my job. That's going to be a hobby. But I'll let you all know what the channel is. Slave Gunner, how you doing? Welcome. You still haven't done Phase 2 yet, Eclipse. We can get a bit more of that done today, I would think. We'll see how we get on. I'm just going to chill and chat for a little bit to start with. But I think there'll be time to jump back in again. Did they fix the gateway cargo mission for the Hull Sea? Grim, how you doing? What's the cargo mission for the... As in trying to go to the gateway and drop it back? I don't think there are any going through the jump gate, are there? Yeah, I mean, I love camping, and, you know, I've got a load of gear and a load of know-how that I think just people... And for me, when someone was really young and she would just sleep on me during her nap time, her nap phases, I would sit and watch camping videos, and they were really relaxing, really helpful for me to just get through the early days of becoming a father, you know? So, not that I needed help getting through it, I just mean... It really helped with my state of mind, being able to just relax and watch that stuff. And inspired me to do more. JD Luke, Rowe, how you doing, guys? 07. So yeah, really excited to get back to doing more of that. Hopefully more off-grid camping. Or like, not off-grid, but you know, like wild camping. Rather than campsite camping. I don't mind campsites, but I don't camp to socialize, if that makes sense. It sounds a bit odd. You know, I go with my cousins and brother and whatnot, but... Personally, I just enjoy being alone in a tent in the middle of nowhere and just relaxing, rather than having other groups around making noise. At what point in the patch process did CIG stop wiping the hangars each time? At what point will they? Or do they? Well, technically... It would be great if they don't wipe anymore. You know, they've said that they are really not wanting to wipe anything at all. I don't know what happens in terms of, like, the LTP and why it removes everything. Like that, yeah, I don't know when that's... It's a really good question, in fact, because it kind of... You don't want to set anything up in case it gets chucked back into your inventory, because it takes a long time to set up, doesn't it? You have a super small server on the US region, and the Polaris and the Pyro is geared up. Excellent, APOC. Thank you, mate. When the time comes, I will join in with you. Hopefully, it'll still be good by that time. Spantech 07, welcome. No, don't worry, Tiberius. I haven't set any channel up yet. Once I've done that channel, I'll share the link. What about when it surpasses Star Citizen? You never know, it might, but it'll still just be a hobby. At the end of the day, when my day-to-day work, I can walk into my office on the days that I work, get my work done, and be with the family. Being a full-time camping YouTube channel, you are probably away from your family a lot of the time, and I don't want that anyway. So for me, it will be at the very most, maybe camping once a month. That would be the ideal, where I could do one-nighters away and come back. But I don't even think I'll be able to do that. But yeah, even if it does surpass the Star Citizen channel, it'll still just be a hobby channel. You know, this is my day-to-day. I don't even want to camp day-to-day, you know? Like, making that into a... There's certain things that I love to do, that if I was to do that for a living, it would just kill the enjoyment. And I think camping for a living, cooking for a living, you know, that kind of stuff would not be as enjoyable for me. Trader, thank you for the 37-month resub. Beers and party, please. Did I press that? I did. Good. How are you today? You want someone to play bagpipes over VoIP when they bring in the sandworm, so we can... Is that the full... Do they actually have bagpipes when the sandworm appears in Dune? I didn't know that. Yo, Master Heath, how you doing? 07. So many things that can go wrong, APOC. What's that? Oh, with the gateway stuff and... the whole sea. Yeah, there needs to be a lot more refinement with things like docking, the loading and unloading process of how it automatically does it. There's so much stuff that can go wrong. And it does, you know. Binks, how you doing? Course of watching you. You got back into Star Citizen. Oh, I'm so sorry. Imagine my shock when I went back to the hangar and discovered I only had a small hangar. I had a medium before with about 30 ships, and only an Aurora in it, and not even an armor. Before, I had only 40% of free space in the warehouse. What happened? How does that happen? You blame me for your spending habits. I tell you what, it's like the term influencer. I mean, I'm not an influencer. I would say, if anything, I'm just a content creator. But the influence channels and content creators do have on people is actually shocking. When I watch these camping videos or watchmaking video, I'm like, I need that. And I'll add it to the wish list, and I'll try. It's like, do I really need it? Do I need another table for camp? No, of course I don't. It's crazy, isn't it? Sorry, Grim. I give her your wallet and just tell her to hide it, because I cannot confirm or deny anything, especially when it comes to the wives. leave me out of it. Yeah, so the Zeus and the Star Lancer Max are now in the PTU, on the 4.0.2 PTU. They are now in-game to purchase. Anybody know how much the Star Lancer Max is in-game? I haven't checked. Oh, I don't know. I know it's 4.4 for the Zeus ES, and then, 6.8 for the CL? Which, about right. Pretty decent prices, that in-game. Highway Hero, how you doing, Solomon? Maybe CIG will have a theme tune that happens when the Valakar appear. Oh, yeah. I think if they've got Pedro behind it, there's going to be something cool there. I don't think Pedro would use bagpipes, though, because that might feel a bit more like he's stepping on Jeff's toes. He should. He totally should. But, yeah, I can understand why he wouldn't. The best way to kill one love for anything is to make a job of it. Yes. Absolutely. And, through experience, I've... not necessarily getting to the point of getting a job in anything that I love, aside from this, which is kind of lucky that I love it and I still love it. But, yeah, like cooking, for example. I love to cook. And if I was to make, being a chef is probably one of the hardest jobs I could think of, because, anytime I've worked in the catering, like running a pub and so forth, and having a cook and a chef in-house, flipping heck, it's hard work. Just even helping them out when we get overwhelmed is hard work. Tiberius, thank you so much for the 28-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you so much. Talking of cook, we went to, it was Brothers Water Inn, which is apparently, it's a body of like a little lake in the Lake District, which it's called so because two brothers died in that lake. Which is a bit of a strange reason to call something, is because someone... It's a bit macabre, really. But yeah, we went to there, and usually, being plant-based in my diet, every time I've had a meal there, it's been spot on. Everything has been wonderful. This time, I was looking forward to it, because it was a butternut squash satay, but it was just spicy as hell. There was no taste of anything peanutty, and the butternut wasn't cooked. I mean, I cooked a red Thai curry on my stove in a storm. Well, it wasn't in a storm, actually. It was quite decent weather then. And it tasted phenomenal. So why they can't get this done in a kitchen is just beyond me. Go Juster, how you doing? Did you see the possible buff to the Perseus? Just a rumour at this point. But 20 size 5 torpedoes, 2 dual size 4 remote turrets. To be fair, Go Juster, welcome by the way, mate, and Pun Live, welcome. I never pay attention to like stats and specs because I know they're all going to be, thrown around. If that's the case, maybe so. But I'm sure as time goes on, there will be knockdowns and, so on and so forth. So if that's the case, it might be OP, it might not be. Again, it'll all have to change anyway when they bring out the Maelstrom physical damage stuff. So, yeah. Koru, I influence you. I've influenced a lot of people in buying TOBII, from what I understand. But yeah, maybe even monitors as well. I wouldn't recommend something if I didn't think it was worth it, if I didn't think it was good. Same goes for this into the AM. Like, see, I'm going to try their clothes and see what they're like and get them on board. But, APOC, you use them. A lot of people wear their clothing and they seem all right. So we'll see about that. I don't see why he wouldn't use the bagpipes if he thinks... Well, yeah, if he thinks they fit, then absolutely. But I can understand why he would feel a bit apprehensive with the other composer for Star Citizen or Squadron, heavily investing in them for the sound. Yes, I've watched The Bear. That's a pretty good series. I enjoy that. Again, it goes to show, like, if you've ever worked in a kitchen or around a kitchen, it is just manic. I could not do it. I literally couldn't do it. It would kill me. DM Sundevil, how are you doing? The topic this morning is, as always, my friend, Star Citizen. Just anything Star Citizen. I want to go through what Ali Brown has mentioned for the graphics update. We're going to briefly touch upon 402, the latest patch. Maybe jump in and play some Star Citizen as well. We'll see what the time brings. Right now, it's just kind of just relaxing into it. But yeah, I think the food industry at any level can be stressful, but obviously when you're at the top of the game, the pressure is on even more because, you're probably getting paid a lot. And if you make one foul up, that's it. Goodoo, how you doing? Is this game worth it in the current state? It depends on how you feel. Depends on what you're expecting, what you're wanting. It is still a work in progress. To me, is it worth $45? Yes, and yes, and yes again, time and time again. It is probably the best $45 you could spend if you are into games. But that's not to say that every time you jump in and play, it's going to be fun. But yeah, hopefully this year we'll make it, like, even wait till the end of this year and see about it then. See if it's in a better state, because there is still a lot of bugs, a lot of issues, so it still needs a lot of work, but it's getting there. But yeah, as Solomon says, it's how do you react to bugs? How do you find having, not every time, but there is the potential that you could spend a couple of hours doing something to then have a bug come along and completely eradicate any of that process. There's no real progress because by the time it actually goes live, everything will be wiped anyway. So, play for fun. Don't play for progress. The minute you're not having fun, just stop playing. Nick's welcome. Yeah, experiences vary, absolutely, and it can be on a day-to-day basis or a session-to-session. You could jump in the morning, have a great time, jump in the afternoon, and it all breaks. No, I haven't got the VKB Space Throttle. I still need to review the gunfighters before I get anything else. I'm actually quite reluctant to request control systems to review. Like, Thrustmaster wanted me helping to develop their new space-based whatever it was going to be that they're working on. And as a beta tester, they would be like, we'll send you this new product that we're working on, this prototype, test it, give us your feedback. I can't do it. Like, the amount of time and effort to consistently plug and rebind everything, I don't want that. I don't want that amount of pressure and stress and annoyance of having to do that time and time again. So even when it comes to like working with VKB, who, you know, I completely vouch for their products, I don't want to be receiving new products every single time there's something new coming out, because it takes a lot of effort to, and I don't care. I get what I want, and I sit with that and I make it work, rather than having to constantly try and rebind things. It looks cool though, and I'm sure in the future there's a possibility of testing it, but yeah, right now I'm quite happy with not being a tester for that kind of stuff, because I would just want to play the game, right? I enjoy playing the game, not testing control schemes and things. Scott, how you doing? Trog, welcome. Elix, welcome. What a dream. One of the best times to spend in Star Citizen is trying to optimize my HOSAS. What have you gone for? Do tell me. Second monitor and HOTAS setup. Oh, you wait. No need for TOBII. You're going to get a second monitor and HOTAS. Yeah, there's you know, prioritize things, of course. Nox 07, welcome. It's good to know the graphics team are hard at work. I always love to see insight into what is going on. Yeah, and, you know, with these dev dives, com dives, or whatever they call them, Ali Brown just answering some questions like that on all the different things. That's the kind of information we need. That, you know, that transparency of knowing what's in the works from you know, moment to moment, and how they're getting on. Even if it is where, you know, this is going to take us the full year to get sorted, it's fine. Just being in the know is what's important. Shenanigans, welcome. Povich, welcome. Rhinox, welcome. You can't play for progress because I am bad at flying a Carrack and I kill my chances of a healthy economy. To be fair, there is no progress, right? You play to progress in the session that you're in, and then that's it, really. It is definitely worth getting Star Citizen if you want to follow the development and check in on the progress from time to time. As Ryan said, they are also focusing on stability and performance this year, so we should see a lot of improvements there. Yeah, thank you, Tomato King. And yeah, by the end of it, it might be that, like, whether it's a good time for you to play or for that person to play, or that, it is very much an individual decision, right? You just test it. If it works, keep playing. If it doesn't, take a break, come back. So excited for the Ironclad, even if it's later this year. Helped a friend grind out. Getting him a C2 over the weekend was shockingly stable for us on Sunday. Almost every mission mark worked right. That's great. I mean, at the end of the day, it is actually working pretty well right now. The elevators obviously are still having issues. Hopefully 4.0.2 will rectify the vast majority of the actual problems we're having until they can get this transit refactor out. But it's aside from those and maybe the hangar issues, a couple of inventory issues now and again, the majority of stuff is working pretty well. Oh, the MGC Ultimate and Omni Throttle, very nice. Many Scotsmen in the channel, yeah. Insurance is just, it's not something that really matters right now, but insurance will be more of a thing later on, but not something that you need to worry about. In game you'll be paying your insurance every, whatever the actual thing says, like 10 years, 6 years, whatever it is, which will just cover the chassis, or you can get upgrades eventually. But they have said that it's not going to be something as blown up as people make it out to be. You know, a lot of people make their fleet completely 100% LTI, which if you could do it, then you might as well. But don't lose sleep over it, right? It's not going to be that much of a big deal. Kellavelin, welcome. You just want a quantum marker for left behind ships. Yeah, it would be nice to be able to have, you know, even just dropping markers to return to. Like, this is, you know, like a parking, you know, when you're parking, you can drop a marker on the map to go back to it. Stuff like that will be very handy. I will be on live today if I do play Lister, and by all means you can jump in. But yeah, it'll be live. The thing with this current PTU, and the reason why I'm not playing it, is because the changes and updates are not like specific features that I want to check out. They're improvements, quality of life updates, bug fixes that I'm not too fussed. I don't have the time to jump in and test each one individually anyway, but it's not like something that I want to jump in and test or have time to right now. 50% taffy and an ancestry back to the 1500s English. Very nice. Apparently the MacArthur clan are one of the oldest. There's a saying that's something like, there's nothing older than the hills or the mountains of Scotland and the MacArthur clans, or I don't know, something along those lines. But we had a castle near Loch Awe. But then I think, was it the Campbells or the MacDouglas? Some other clan, some other family beheaded our head of the clan. And then we hadn't had a clan leader for a long while until recently. It's a Canadian, apparently, who's the clan leader now. LTI will be the most basic form. Well, it'd be the best form, really, because there's not really any need to reapply, I guess. Zim, how you doing? If I only had someone to play with, I'd probably play more, but for now it seems too buggy to care. Yeah, at the end of the day, I just go with how I feel when I play Star Citizen. If I stream and have a great time in game, I'll probably jump on that night or the next day and play a little bit more. If I don't, I'll just not touch it. And it also goes by how I'm feeling about doing other things anyway. So yeah, just go with how you feel. Go with what you want out of it. And that's a day-by-day thing. Graphite, Born, Spa, welcome guys. Flood, welcome. Yes, I did just mention Yogi's update about the flight model. We'll run through that as well today. What did he say about the new quantum travel? I don't think I've seen that bit. Years ago, I enjoyed picking up random stuff from the verse to decorate my Karak. Seems like there is even less of... so that's something... When we get this unique item recovery, that's going to be a big part in people taking things that they would usually not take because they're worried about losing it, and they'll start bringing it around again. I definitely look forward to when people bring more things into the verse of unique origin and whatnot, being able to loot them and find them and then display them. But yeah, if they're wiping the hangers as well, if that's happening, then I might not want to do that. In-game VoIP. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but by all means there might be others in the group on Discord, but I won't be on Discord. I'll just be in-game VoIP when it's working. Your ancestor was poisoned by his monks. He was also tutor to Queen Elizabeth I. Will not mention what he did in Ireland. Oh, Christ, okay. Nice. No, I don't think I'll be doing Phase 3, Rickan. I'm not too bothered about... I quite fancy taking a break, to be fair, from doing the in-game mission stuff and just flying around in my Vulture and getting on with salvaging again. Lance, how you doing? Welcome. You say you've already got an account, Gudu. Have you got a ship already, mate? What is the starter ship I should choose if I'm jumping into the game for the first time? I would say the Intrepid's a good one, or the Avenger Titan. What's your budget more than anything? Is it an absolute starter like an Aurora or a Mustang? Oh, he said that the quantum boost and travel are tied to the flight model update. Okay, so they'll come at the same time. Fair enough. Thank you, Flood. Yeah, I know. There's when he was talking about the whole flaps and ailerons, control surfaces. They're not the sort of thing that they can be like, here's the control surfaces, and then later on, here's quantum travel, updates, and then here's this. It's all part of the same system, so it doesn't sound like it'll roll out incrementally. It might come like in chunks, but I think it's more likely going to be kind of in its entirety. We'll get a big update with many different flight model changes, including things like master mode updates and changes and balance tunings and things. Hellerton, how you doing? Yo, wait for a free fly. Mackie Mus, welcome. It wasn't you or your clan. You are a lord, though. You have 1 square foot of land, which my wife bought me, so, so it makes you a lord. I like it. I like that a lot. You know, I'd love to do a camp, like a wild camp at Loch Awe, and just sort of see where my ancestors, where the MacArthur clan originated from. And, because we helped Robert the Bruce in whatever battle he was fighting, and he gave us land at Loch Awe, where we had built a castle and so forth. So it'll be really cool to visit there and see that. Not that I'm too bothered about my heritage or anything. It's not like, you know, unless King Arthur rocks up and says, hey, this is all yours, I'll probably stick to doing what I'm doing now. The buggy nature and slow development of it is either going to make you hate it or dreamy about what it will become. Yep, there are free flyers a few times during the year. Yeah, it's difficult to sort of maintain a level of sanity for a lot of people playing Star Citizen. It can be very much up or down. Just as I say, the best case, if you're planning to play the alpha, the only thing I can recommend is if you're having fun, keep doing it. If you're not, take a break. If it's, you know, if something happened and it annoys you, gets you, you know, upset about it, take a break, come back at a later time, because it will eventually be fixed, but it's just not yet. Filth Casuals, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. So you have $150, guys. $150. What ship? Starter ship. Well, how much is the Zeus? I would say the Zeus is probably a good one for that price range. Excalibur, welcome. How you doing? Talking about King Arthur. Sure thing, Tomato King. Have fun. What you got planned? Anything? Who's something to entertain the little one? They might not be little. I don't know how little they are. Cutlass Black, C1. The Zeus ES, how much is that in-game? I would say the Zeus would be better than getting a Cutlass or a C1. But it's probably about 150, is it, for a C1? Your family apparently buggered off to Scotland to get away from Oliver Cromwell and decided that they rather liked it. Do you know, my grandma, I think it was, my grandma and granddad, they had, I might be completely wrong here, but they had a pub that had sub-cellars that go down to one of the, or it was probably the pub where Oliver Cromwell escaped through. Like, he came through the tunnels and up and out. It could have been Oliver. I think it was Oliver Cromwell. I don't know. I was young when they were telling me, so I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, 175 in store, is it? Okay, yeah, that's a bit more than bit more than the budget there. Yeah, empty split, a Cutlass Black with a bike. That's a good one to go for. Or wait for the sale. That's an idea. Yeah. What is the name of the Discord you use? Exclamation Discord. It should be working now. I've set it up. Sandman's poorly today, so he won't be able to see that I have done the actual command for YouTube. Daryl Drama, how you doing? How is Texas? You would talk all the time. Joe, funny enough, talking to Texas, Rachel just told me this morning that there's going to be a kids Universal Studios opening in Texas soon. So she's like, we're going. I'm like, okay. Like, will that be in time for CitizenCon in Texas? But that'll be cool. How you doing, by the way, Daryl? When you went to Iceland, a local pointed out an empty hill and said, there used to be a manor for a lord with my last name there, T-Hall. How you doing? You should be like, well, I'm here to claim my manor land back. Thank you. Sagan, welcome. Do we think live patch this week? That's a good segue to get on to the actual PTU patch. So, potentially, there is one blocker now on the known issues list. Not to say that there can't be another 3 tomorrow, but there's one blocker right now, which is just the elevator panels. But it does mention that that is only on the known issues list for the time being, while they are checking to see if they have got the whole transit thing fixed to where they want it to be to move forwards. So whether, if that's the case, then we may see a live rollout of 4.0.2 this week. But there is still quite a few critical bugs and a couple of high bugs, high rated bugs. So I think they will, if it is going to be a release this week, which is, I would say it's more likely next week than this week. Like, I'm not feeling it this week, but if it is this week, it'll be end of the week. They'll have a few more patches out before now and then, like one tonight, one tomorrow, and so on, until they feel like they've got them all, and then or got those, or whatever they can. I don't really know what they're planning, what they aim to get rid of before they decide to release it. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, we never know. We might see it. Is it chilly right now in Texas? You're joking, it can't be. What's the temperature? I mean, obviously, if you're a Texan living in Texas and it's, I don't know, like 20 degrees Celsius, it's probably going to be cold for y'all. I even did a Texas y'all then. That was accidental. A new Universal coming to the UK as well? Oh, no way. Keiju, welcome. In my honest opinion, 4.0.2 is hitting the PTU concurrency wall. Oh yeah, I can't imagine they're getting anywhere near the amount of players that they would prefer to have to test it. Even more so now, because these patches that we're going to be seeing, they're not like feature-rich patches that would draw people in, including myself, that would draw people in to test and try these new ships or these new gameplay systems or locations. They're mostly bug fixing with the occasional tweaks and tunes here and there. So I think in general, the amount of actual players on the PTU is probably lesser than they have been for a while. So yeah, bringing it out to live could see more issues come to light with things like transit. But unfortunately, unless they get it out there, they can't test that, can they? Close to 300 players on Area 18 server. Oh, was that for the actual focus testing that they did? That's good. I mean, that gives them a good amount of testing there. But obviously, it's double that when it's a full server, which a live build would guarantee, pretty much. You know, if they brought out a live build, you would probably guarantee... well, maybe not in the same area. That's a good point. I see what you're saying. Baron, Galen, welcome. 07. So, yeah, so the biggest issue is that the doors are opening before the elevator. Yeah, I mean, they do say just wait, which is fine, but it's not a workaround, is it? It is a workaround, but it's not the best. I really love London. I couldn't live there, but then I couldn't live in any city. But whenever I go to visit London, for whatever reason, the history there, how old the place is and all the different districts and areas. It's such a cool place. Obviously, historically, it's amazing. But yeah, not a fan. 4 degrees Celsius. Oh, yeah, that is cold. It's warmer here than it is there. That's crazy. Hunter, how you doing? It's not fixed yet, for sure. Okay, yeah, that'll need to be sorted first then. Chop, how you doing? Welcome. If they did some dev run testing on the PTU, I bet people would log in something like what EVE Online did when they were testing their time dilation. What's that for? As in, like, just getting the devs in. I mean, I think they do get the devs in as well to do this testing, because they've got a studio of a lot of people, so they can definitely increase the numbers there. -19 system. Whew. Tell you what, camping wasn't actually that cold at all. It was pretty reasonable, to be fair. I think it only... I mean, saying that, the wind chill on the Sunday, waking up on the Sunday, which was the pack-down day, it went back up at about... Like, I woke up at 6:45, because I went to bed quite as early as I could, because I knew I would wake up early with the wind, because by 6:45, the gusts were up to about 45, 46 mile an hour, and then by, like, 9, they were almost up to 50 mile an hour, or maybe beyond 50. So, for me, I was like, basically, let me just... My youngest cousin, so my 2 cousins... both brothers, plus my brother, the eldest, who's older than me. We were all going to go together and camp. My youngest cousin, Chris, he was poorly, so he said he's just not going to do it. He can't do it, so he dropped out. When I arrived, turns out my brother had forgotten to pack his tent poles. So, luckily... someone who was staying in one of the huts had cancelled because there was nowhere else to stay on site. They had cancelled, so him and my other cousin, my cousin was going to camp as well. My other cousin was going to camp, but he decided, I think maybe to help my brother out in terms of like not having to pay for the full chalet thing, he bunked up with him. So I was the only one camping out of the whole weekend. But yeah, on the morning, I woke up at 5:45, and I was like, I'm not even gonna. I took the stove out. The stove flew out last night on the sort of Sunday morning, Saturday night, because I knew that if I was asleep and the wind was coming, it would probably push the stove over. And I decided I wouldn't use the stove the last day because A, it might blow it over, and B, you've got to let it all cool down before you can empty it. So I thought it's just best to go to the shop that's sort of on site and get a coffee there instead. But yeah, I managed to get everything packed down and into the back of the van before they even woke up. Went and got them a coffee, brought it over, got Summer a cow, a Highland cow that moos. That was cute. Yeah, I can't remember where I was going with that. Something to do with weather. Oh yeah, and I think that morning, -6 was the wind chill, but it definitely wasn't. It was quite warm in my tent. Verpine, thank you for the 64-month resub. Beers and party, please. Thank you, sir. Raisnix, welcome. So my kid got me this game because I said I wanted to try it. Got me a Redeemer. Way too much for me learning. When I get home, I plan on melting it and getting something else. What, though? Well, I would say... How much does the Redeemer melt for? Because you've got a bit of money to play with there. What do we think, guys? So, got a Redeemer, but it's a bit of a hefty ship to start with. You could just spend some flight time with it and get used to it, but at the end of the day, it's a gunship. So unless you're planning to, do some gun runs, which is few and far between, you've got, what, $330 there to play with. Cutlass Black is a good one. You don't want to go too big so that you can't solo it. If you want to do some fighting, all the other stuff is boring. I stick with the Redeemer then. If you want to do some fighting, maybe get a Hornet or a Saber or some form of dogfighting ship. Save the rest for something else. Yeah, the Redeemer isn't a huge ship. It's something you can somewhat solo fine. And it's a beast to use. But, yeah. Yo, Jam. How you doing, Jambo? Yo, 1-inch punch, how you doing? Like a middle-aged dude buying a Ferrari. Tell you what, if I'm middle-aged, or when I'm middle-aged, and if I can afford to buy a Ferrari, I'm buying it without any care what anyone else thinks. If I had that money to buy a Ferrari, at whatever age, I would not give an S what anybody thinks of me. It's like, I'm going to enjoy the Ferrari, screw you. Nomad Lovestruck pack is still on sale at 73. I mean, if you want to do fighting, yeah, the Scorpius might want. The Nomad, not really, because that's not really a fight. If he wants to do fighting specifically, there's plenty of fighting ships out there to choose from that are smaller. Opeth, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, a lot of ship for a beginner, absolutely. You bought your tent to stay overnight at an outdoor wedding, only to discover on site that the person I lent it to had lost the poles. Oh, and you had to go to Millet's to get a new tent, you had to go and buy a new tent, did you? That sucks. How annoying. Just watch the wig doesn't blow off when... Yeah. Tell you, if I start losing my hair, I'm just going to shave it off. I'll go all bald, all skinhead. Flopper, how you doing, sir? Welcome. Oh, 7. Yeah, I mean, you can solo the Redeemer fine, but you would want extra crew, wouldn't you? Get a Taurus and a Hornet Mark II. That's a good choice. Yeah, that's a good choice. You're not a fan of the older Ferraris? Super Hornet Mark II is a great fighter. If you're wanting multi-crew, the Scorpius scales great with the Top Gunner. There's an idea, yeah. always, yeah, if you're taking your son with you, it might be worth getting something like a Super Hornet or a Scorpius, and you know, having your son sit in the gunner seat, or even you starting in the gunner seat, your son being the pilot. Nothing is obsolete, Peaks, don't worry. If anything becomes obsolete, it's just temporary. There will be updates and tweaks and balancing throughout the course of Star Citizen when it goes, you know, when it gets to live, that will make it worthwhile again. But yeah, might be temporary for the time being. I mean, obsolete for the time being, but there will be reasons to choose between them. Spa, you had fly around a friend's F8, and now I'm in love with it. Yeah, don't touch it. Don't touch other people's ships. It'll make you want them. The suppression is racing. The suspension is racing tuned on normal mode, so you feel every pebble. Ah, what on the old Ferraris? That's interesting. I didn't know that. X-Tub, how you doing? Redeemer is great for team play with our kid. Enjoy Star Citizen with multiplayer is great. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely alternates to the Hurricane right now. That would probably work better. I do empty split. Yeah, I fly with HOTAS. Did you mean me? Or Wraith? Oh, he doesn't play. He's a COD nerd. He just got me this because I get bored in Elite Dangerous. Alright, fair enough. I'll tell you what, though. If he's watching you play this, he might start changing his mind. Maybe as he grows a little bit more. Maybe as he gets a bit older. Cutlass Black 110 leaves 220 left over for another industrial ship. Yeah, but if he didn't enjoy industrial stuff and he just wants to do combat, then, you know, at the end of the day, get yourself a fighter, single-seat fighter, enjoy the crap out of combat, and then earn some cash doing that. And you can always rent things in-game. I mean, that's something you could try doing, is renting the various ships in-game, or trying them out in Arena Commander, getting a taste for what they fly like before paying real money for them. You went to a fishing shop and used them for replacement poles when I realised I had left all the poles behind. My brother said on the way here, he was going through his packing and he just thought, he remembers seeing the poles on the side, but doesn't remember grabbing them and putting them in the bag. And he says first thing he does when he gets back is he's going to stick them in the bag. I think he was quietly thankful because of the weather that he didn't bring his tent, because they had underfloor heating in this little chalet thing. It's more like a hut. There was nothing in it. It's a hut with some plugs, some lights, and underfloor heating. So I think he was quite happy, to be fair. Mnemonic, welcome. If the Reclaimer salvaging heads are faster than the Vultures, I mean, they are the same, aren't they? Oh, I don't know. I think so. Yeah. I don't know what they use, though. Yeah, I use Gunfighters. It's a HOTAS, but with Omni Throttle. Daniel, 07, welcome. Think you know Captain Carrot? I know Captain Carrot, yeah. Me and him hung out a lot. Oh, that's the friend that you were trying his F8. Yeah, me and Carrot hung out for the vast majority of CitizenCon. I love Carrot. And he queued. He went to go and get some merch. Queued for about 3 hours, I think it was. Maybe 2 or 3 hours. And, you know, took orders from me and Bio to get some stuff. Oh, he's just up the road from you. Nice. Gillanth, how you doing? Welcome. Nothing gets checked off the list without visual. What's that? Oh, I have a checklist I go through before departure camping. Yeah. I have notes in my phone that have, you know, the active check. And I never pack my bag until the night before, because guarantee you pack it all up and then you're like, now, did I bring that? And a lot of the stuff you can't take until the day anyway. And, you know, like toothpaste. I mean, you could always bring like a little pack of toothpaste and whatnot. But other stuff, like charging cables and so forth, again, you could get spares. But I tend to have a big checklist. And then on the night before, I'll put it all in, get it loaded into the car. And then the last bit would just be bagged. I get like a lot of those dry bags, Sea to Summit dry bags. And I just have one for clothing, one for electrical gear, one for kitchen, you know, cook stuff. When you can compartmentalize things, it makes it so much easier. Yeah, that's true. Old Ferraris are works of art, not really to use, I suppose. It's a good point. Sven, how you doing? Welcome. They can get any starter and then upgrade to any ship they can afford after. That's true. Yeah, start with just a basic thing and see how you get on. Because then you'll appreciate the progression of going up the ladder in terms of ships and what their uses are for. Shield, how you doing? Wonderful. Thank you, my friend. Yeah. And it's nice weather now. Quite sunny. But yeah, there should be a video coming along. Not on this channel. I'll let you all know the channel when the time comes. I haven't even edited it yet. So when will NPCs in the PU be like those in Squadron? I mean, they may not ever be exactly the same, because obviously these are bespoke characters that are heavily done for a cinematic experience, but a lot of the tech that they use for Squadron will be coming over, and rightfully so. So I think already we see a lot of that start rolling out, and it'll just continue on as time goes on. I mean, the AI is something that is heavily in the works right now, and every now and again they sort of bring over Squadron AI to the PU, you know, like the work done on it. So each patch we get, there's generally more capabilities. A lot of that is social based as well, so just being able to converse properly with one another and react accordingly to being interrupted or something happening. But yeah, it's slowly rolling out. Deplorable 07, welcome. And yeah, they can't do as much as they do with Squadron, but there's certainly a lot of the tech that they can share, isn't there? Which is cool, because a lot of the, you know, they take, like the conversation tech, they put a lot of effort and time into this stuff, and if it is something that they can bring over without it impacting performance and so forth, then why not? Oh, was it Carrot that sent you my way? Oh, well, tell him thank you. Where is he today, anyway? What's he up to? Just noticed that Stanton Gateway station is called Pyro Gateway internally. Oops. Last night, doing a mission, we had 3 NPC ships ram a Polaris, watched a cutter break in 2 on the hull. Funnily enough, ships ramming the Polaris seemed to do a lot of damage. Like APOC, when he went to take Eclipse back to get his Scorpius, wasn't it, repaired, someone rammed him in his Polaris, and they were in a small light fighter, I think it was, and it blew him up. So there's definitely something a bit dodgy there, but yeah, generally it should be the case of a small ship hitting. It's a bit like a fly flying into a windshield. It shouldn't be like a major deal for the windshield. They are pretty aggressive now and capable of the AI. Yeah, they react much better. Ramoin, how you doing? Yeah, wonderful, thank you. In the weather we have been having the last week or so, rather you than me right now where I am in London, it's intermittent intense rainfall. Yeah, we had, it was, I mean, you'll see on the video, there's bits where I'm just like thinking to myself, is the tent literally going to uproot and go? And thankfully it didn't. So that was good. But yeah, you'll see it in the video. It was savage, was that wind. So many people, just tents flapping all over the place. It was hilarious. Not for them, I'm sure. The ramming damage of the Polaris is very dependent on where you get hit and how fast. Same as explosive damage. You can eat an absurd amount of damage in some places, and then they get you the right spot and you just die. Yeah, so it's more like an itemized location that gets hit. Rift, you carry on lurking, my friend. Nice to see you. Right, let me just run through the patch notes for this latest build. So the thing with these builds that we're having now, as I say, they're not like content rich, so there's not like super exciting features being worked on, but a lot of, that's not it, that's the wrong one, a lot of quality of life, a lot of tweaking, bug fixing. For the flight model, this is what Yogi Clap recently mentioned, is in reference to the control surfaces for the Gladius, as we have mentioned. These are not isolated features that can roll out individually. Same with the quantum travel stuff. We can't see like, here's the quantum travel, here's the control surfaces. It is going to be somewhat all or nothing. Although I'm sure there will be a slight sort of rollout of it. I can't imagine it's going to be, here is everything. But it might be like, here is the first pass of everything. There will be a lot more to come. But this includes things like stalling. When you're in atmosphere, if you pull too much of an angle, you're gonna stall and have to right yourself. It also means VTOL thrusters. If you're in a ship without VTOLs, you're only going to sustain hover flight in atmosphere for a smaller duration before your thrusters will burn up or burn out. So yeah, there's a lot to this. Not to mention more changes to master modes as well. But what they said before CitizenCon was that there are no changes coming in pre-CitizenCon and pre-4.0. After 4.0 has released, they will be getting back on with it again. And it says after the Christmas break, for the last sort of 2 months, they have been back on it. There's some good progress, but they're just not ready. They can't show it and it's not ready for public testing. So there's still more to come there. Alex, how you doing? Siston, I don't actually have a camping channel yet. I think it might be something along the lines of like Wild Camp Adventures or something along those lines. But yeah, once I've created the actual channel and put out a video, or maybe before I put out a video, I'll create the channel and then I'll let people know so that you can at least see when the video goes live. But yeah, I haven't done that yet. Bright and sunny on the south coast. Yeah, it's quite sunny here, a bit windy but warm. What's silly, Hunter? So bringing a raft into atmosphere is going to be a bit of an... Well, no, what they did say is that no ship will be truly, like, impossible to fly in atmosphere. If they need to slightly fake something to make it just work properly, or to feel like it's working, then they can do. But ideally, it would be properly done using, its thrusters or aerodynamics. But with the raft having VTOLs, and a lot of VTOLs at that, ships using VTOLs will be able to sustain hovering. Whereas ships without VTOLs, well, naturally, it doesn't make sense that they should. The thrusters aren't big enough to, the maneuvering thrusters aren't big enough to keep your ship sustained in a hover mode for a long duration of time. Not to say that you won't be able to do it, but it won't be stable, and it will feel, and it will burn up, the degradation will increase. So ships with VTOLs will benefit in that area more than those without. What else have we got then? There's been a lot of UI updates that aren't on the patch notes. Anything else you've noticed, Flood? I'd be interested in knowing. Tiger Bill, welcome. There are videos now of exactly where to aim your ship to take down a Polaris. Doesn't surprise me. Whatever that bug is, it'll have to get patched, right, and sorted. Solegs, welcome. Your YouTube mentions new ships for sale in the PTU. Yes, so this build brought in I mentioned it in the video, but it says the Zeus CL and the Zeus ES are now both available at New Deal in Lawville. The ES is 4.4 million and the CL is 6.8. Again, this is just in the PTU 4.0.2 for now. When this patch goes to the live build, then it will be available in-game on the live servers. The Starlancer Max is also available at New Deal or Astro Armada, which is Area 18, around Outcorp. And do we know how much that was? Did someone mention that? I don't recall. But yeah, so those 3 ships have now been brought to be accessed in-game. Yeah, to be fair, it's not a bad price at all. Again, they may need to be adjusted, but, with this new economic model, they should be a lot more accurate than previous tries, So I can't imagine there'll be a great deal of change in terms of the prices, but I'm sure there will be some. So the advanced HUD has a bearing number now and some slight tweaks. Minimap has a cleaned up UI. Multi-contract tracking and routing is working much better on the map. Okay. No loading screens, new notification windows. So, nice. I'm going to copy that message, because I didn't know that. Let me just copy that and put that into the latest document that I'm working on. Oh boy, copying over from Twitch chat does not do well. Devanced, that'll do. I know what it means. Old Canadian gamer, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, it's, for me, regardless of what the weather is, I enjoy it, you know. And sometimes the wetter the better, within reason. And same with the wind. I really enjoy camping in bad weather. But of course there is a limit, but yeah, we weren't at that limit on this one. It was a bit touch and go for a couple of gusts, but no, I really enjoyed it. You can't find the max, it's not in game. They may have to look into. Oh, so there's a bug right now that it's actually not there. Are there party members working on the PTU anymore? I don't know, but I think there was something to do with the bugs. Let me just see what the fixes are. No, I think one of the known issues is party members are not visible on the map. But yeah, other than that, I don't know, because I hadn't tried it. I wish people didn't make videos showing exactly how to exploit the game. Yeah, it just enables that bit. Yeah, I can understand highlighting it for CIG's reasoning, but they actually have an area where you can privately share exploits so that no one else sees it. What that reason, Wraith, welcome to Twitch, my friend. Oh yeah, there's a new loading screen, which is, let me see if I can find it, hang on. Oh, that's not going to help, is it? Let me try and find it over here. Has anyone got access to that? Or I need to put it on screen. In fact, no, I don't need to put it on screen, it's fine. Basically, it's like a bulletin board where it tells you the latest information as to what's going on with the gangs, with, you know, all the narrative content we're getting this year, and I think they're going to continue to update that as time goes on, so that every time you log in, you can read that and get the latest information about the current storyline and what's happening, which is a great idea. It kind of keeps you up to date while you're trying to load in. So, perfect place to put it. You can still access, I would hope, that information in-game at some point, but yeah. Deadlock, welcome. Idea of camping is called the Holiday Inn. Ship markers are staying on the map as well. Okay, you can't route to them, even if you go quite far away, Flood. Alaskan Stract, good morning, sir. How you doing? Good afternoon. CIG can see logs of people exploiting and will... Well, yeah, exploiting is against the terms of service. And, you know, as time goes on, people will get more punished for what they're doing, of course, if they continue to do that. Now, that's not to say that if you accidentally don't realize you're doing an exploit time and time again, like there are some cases where you might be completely innocent on it, but if it is clear that you are doing it purposefully, then absolutely. The person only shared it because it wasn't fixed in over a year. Agree exploits shouldn't be shared, but this was reported in detail over a year ago. I would hope people wouldn't risk their accounts. No, absolutely. Eric, welcome. How you doing? You like the new blue glowy swirl that replaces the back and forth line on the loading. I haven't seen that, to be fair. Nice description of it, though. Any more than that, it is very rare text. Oh, sorry, loading. Yeah. So they can stay on the map and you can click the marker, but you can't quantum to them. Right, so at least you can sort of get closer to them, but still not unable to quantum. Mare, how you doing? Happy Monday midnight. I've not heard that one before. Anyway, what else have we got? So, as we know, the ships are now in-game to buy for 4.0.2. They'll be available to buy in-game when that time comes. The new loading screens. There are 3 potential fixes for this build. Medical beacons should now pay out properly after completing them. Watcher's Depot location that was missing at Terminus and on the star map is now there. I've never even been there, so I don't know. Well, I've never been to Watcher's Depot anyway. And minables should no longer be labelled as John Doe on the scanning UI. There are some great bugs. I've never even known that one. So currently there are 9 listed known issues. And this, bear in mind, this was Friday, right? This patch came out on Friday. I went camping. I've come back. That's why this video is coming out today. So there's most likely going to be a new patch tonight, which we'll see what's what. But only one of them was classed as a blocker, and it mentioned that they're keeping an eye on this. Hopefully they'll be able to take that away if they've fixed the rest of the transit stuff that they wanted to. They also... In fact, what did they say at the start of this? It says on this patch notes that they have further updates to the transit self-healing. So basically, if a tram or whatever, or maybe even an elevator, has an issue, gets stuck in whatever state it's in, it can kind of self-heal itself, reset itself. They've also done a lot of code cleanup, as well as more focused logging. So there's more logging to narrow down some of the final issues encountered. So hopefully with them using the term final issues, there's only a few more things they want to fix. And again, this is just band-aiding while they're working on the full refactor. They're fixing what they can while they can to make it as playable as possible, while they're working on a more permanent solution for this stuff. They've also, a lot of work has gone in to help with the long load times, and they suspect there is more to go, but they are working to reduce them. So some good stuff there. 9 known issues, one of which is the blocker. That should be hopefully gone soon. 6 are critical, which is like the transit carriages not arriving, cargo disappearing from ships when you land and log out. Tutorial mission markers going missing. PvP missions not working with this new mission refactor. Party members not appearing on the star map. So that's another critical issue, that you can't see your party members on the star map. There are 2 high-level known issues, being players are both related to jump points. Basically, players are hitting asteroids after they exit the jump point. And failing a jump point, this is confusing because it says failing a jump point will displace the player far away from the gateway station, which when they were talking about failing a jump point, they said that there's a potential that you could be just literally spat out into the middle of nowhere with a stupid long distance to get back, which I really like that idea because it leads to the idea of having to survive and get rescued, but also consequence to failing, right? So getting better at it. So yeah, I was quite. I'm not sure what they mean by that, unless it's sending you somewhere very out of the way that is just not making any sense. But yeah, so that is the latest patch from Friday. So it's not even like the most it is the most recent, but it's not new. Yeah, I'm going to do some bikepacking. Oh, was that yours, Deplorable? Yeah. I was scrolling this morning and I saw that. I love it. It's so cool. Especially for, like a snowy environment. Your streams inspired me to salvage when I could. Found 2 Super Hornet turrets yesterday. Man, they're probably worth a bit. Which ones did you get? Is it Mark II Super Hornets? So I moved to Orison for my headquarters and doing free salvage runs with the Vulture, and it's getting you 390,000 per hour, Canadian gamer. Woo-hoo! You are raking it in, mate. Roski, welcome. I hope what I call mimic elevators is fixed. The elevator that, when you call them, they just suck. Yeah, I haven't had that in a while, but I don't know. Has anyone been sucked into the elevator when they arrive recently? I mean, obviously, 4.0.1, it probably still happens. 4.0.2, hopefully it shouldn't. But I don't even know if... it's not happened to me in 4.01 for a while. If they are going to do the kick me out to the middle of nowhere thing, they need to re-enable the motion physics so I can build up speed and just cut thrusters to coast. I think even if they did that, you're talking maybe years in order to get back to civilization. Like, you wouldn't want to do that trip without the use of quantum. Because we're talking millions of kilometers, and if you were to travel even at the top speed of, whatever it is, 1,000 meters a second, it would probably take you years to get back. You would want to be recovered. Oh, it would take days, would it? Josh, how you doing? Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're working on those elevators. Now that you asked, I'll need to check. Think they were Mark IIs. Well, I can't buy one from you, never mind. That's true, outside of bunkers. You know what, maybe we'll do that today. I do quite fancy doing salvaging again, because I want to get my Mark I Hornet equipped with some turrets, because I've only got the 2 wing guns. I want a nose turret and I want a ball turret. The problem is, being a Mark I owner, they're not really the ones that people use, and I can't use Mark II stuff, but I'll keep an eye out for them. Took you 17 hours to go from Port Olisar to Yella. That was when it was working, I guess. The loading screen says March. Well, I guess that's interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like they're aiming to release this for the end of February and then going into, you know, the next patch for the next month, which I suppose could be 4.1. I think it will be. So there is somewhat of a deadline, a soft deadline of this patch is supposed... You know, if they've got 10 patches they plan to release this year, they're not going to hold on to them, even if there are some bugs there. So, yeah, we'll see what they decide to do. Interitus, how you doing today, mate? Nice to see you. Are you well? Transit self-healing carriages is mostly for the elevators. Oh, okay. So the trams themselves don't get stuck much, but it's more for the... Okay, that's good then. The only jump gate error I've seen is the one where you navigate the whole tunnel, but it puts you back where you started. I wonder if that's got to do with it then. I think this is more to do with when you fail the jump. You know, you get thrown out. You had an elevator at the Pyro station that spawned offset from the actual elevator shaft. I was standing at the panel and the elevator appeared halfway inside and both your character and floor. Okay, that's not good. I know Chris is the uber open world space flight guy, but if they want the universe to feel more busy and interactive, space lanes... Yeah, I think... The thing was, like, they obviously want space lanes, this idea of heavy trafficked... Not traffic, you know what I mean? Like, heavy traffic... locations with a lot of traffic. I think that sort of stuff is going to open up naturally based on the economy and trade and where people are going to and from, based on A and B. So the location of something that is needed and the location as to where something would be requested. Those sorts of trade lanes will form naturally. They can obviously then interject NPCs to fill out more of a busy environment. But yeah, they do want that. It's not that they don't want to have these space lanes and so forth, but a lot of it I think is relying on AI and economic nodes and things like that to make it make more sense. Oh, you have a Mark I turret storage you'll bring to checkmate. Thank you, Solid. Which one is that? Is that one with 2 guns or 1 gun? And how much would you want for it? Evo Caddy, how you doing? Welcome. It's very difficult to fail the jump, to be honest, unless you are really not paying attention. The only way I've ended up bad is when I've been spat back. Well, I guess, yeah, the idea being is that there's still somewhat of a skill element to it, and they don't want it to be super difficult, especially not for the first jump point. But I think going forward, when we get more and more of these jump points, they may become more challenging depending on where you're going. Maybe. Raptor Actual, how you doing? Oh, good here, thank you. How about you? Yeah, that tutorial not working, that's on the critical known issues list, is the mission failing. You had a little time this morning for the first time ever. Took a small mission, couldn't get an elevator to the hangar. Yo, Ro, by the way, how you doing, sir? If they would schedule daily server restarts, well, yeah, in a way, like, we've seen a lot of server maintenance since, you know, they started the first one. And I'm not opposed to it by any means. We definitely need server maintenance windows for various things, not just the servers, but, yeah, resetting things. So I think it's good to see that they are rolling these things out, but how often should they be? How often do they need to be? How disruptive is it? And more importantly, giving a big enough window for those in-game to get safely to a port, wherever they are to log out. And by that I mean like multiple hour windows, not just 10 minutes, not even just an hour, because you might be in the middle of something and it can take you a good chunk of time to get back to where you want to be. So that would be my only real hope, is that they can do these maintenance windows within reason, but as often as they like, but give players in-game chance to get to where they need to get to, or to at least log out safely. Entity culling needs to be more aggressive. Being able to leave a cup on a planet and come back to find it is just stupid. No. It's not that it's stupid. It's just that there needs to be more logic behind it. The fact that you can, like, there's so many benefits to being able to do that, right? You could leave a cache of weapons or items for a player to come back to and find. When they say, you know, dropping a coffee cup down and it's staying there forever, they're not stating that anytime anybody drops a coffee mug, it'll just remain there. They're using that as an example of persistence. It is hierarchical based. Things like litter, coffee cups, bottles, shell casings, just random, you know, unimportant items get cleaned up much quicker than anything else. They're at the top of the list of this hierarchy for getting cleaned up by this density manager. And then things, you know, go further down, like ships, for example, being one of the last things to get taken. There was a bug, actually, that was causing ships to be culled quicker than they should have been. A lot of the time, though, you know, obviously, if you're dropping a coffee cup in the middle of nowhere, there is no reason for that to remain there forever. For a little while, yes, just so you can be like, oh, it's still there. But eventually, the wind would blow it away so they can fake it, you know, biodegrade and stuff. But, yeah, the density manager needs to be balanced accordingly based on the item specifically, and its use case. And you know, you might want to leave something lying around for a friend to go do later to then complete a mission or to do something to help them out. And they shouldn't be culled. Ships shouldn't be culled. They should leave as much as they can to the player to benefit from that. What do you think of the Star Kitten Pulse, and do you think CIG will sell the Star Kitten Dragonfly and Star Kitten Pulse as a twin pack? I mean, I'm not someone who would want to ride around on a Star Kitten thing, but for those who like it, it's nice for them. Welcome, by the way, Byron. Maybe they would do a Dragonfly and Pulse twin pack, but I doubt it, being very different manufacturers. They may even do a, you know, one day, like a full Star Kitten ground vehicle pack. Who knows? But, yeah, the Star Kitten isn't for me. If it comes in all matte black, I would take that. The reason I figure they leave all the small entities in the game, even during testing, is that it gives them data. Yeah, it definitely helps. But this whole culling density manager thing is a constant balance, isn't it? Based on the current performance of what we have versus when they've optimized a little bit more, what can they get away with there? Versus, like, when you think about it, it's not just a balanced game for entities. It's every single thing that affects performance, both client and server, and they all need to be adjusted accordingly based on what is a priority, what isn't, what would be cool, but also what do we need to do to make sure that everyone can have a decent experience. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 1 inch. It's not Chris getting carried away. He was using that as an example of, you know, you drop a coffee cup, it'll persist. He's not saying that every coffee cup that anybody ever drops in the game is going to persist forever. It was more of a demonstration as to what it means. But yeah, priority is ships, items of value and use. Yeah, they, yo, Joey T, how you doing? There was a bug with this whole aggressive culling thing where it was taking ships way faster than it should, and they have adjusted that. But whether it's there now, because they don't want people's ships, or any ship, to disappear immediately. They want players to at least have the chance to salvage it, go back and claim it. Like, there's a video, while I'd found a C2, and I was literally, like, selecting trying to get my multi-tool to work, so that I could salvage a bit of the ship, and it literally disappeared in front of me as I was just adjusting my multi-tool. It's like, bring it back! I'm your density. Bless you. I think. Did you mean that nicely? If not, how dare you? It's annoying when you place a gun down for someone and it gets cleared straight away. Yeah, I think that's more of a bug. Like, I don't know if it's a bug with the density thing or something else, but yeah, it's just keeping it logical. What are the best HOTAS pedals on the market? I would say check out Virpil or VKB. They seem to do some really good ones, but I haven't tried any. So yeah, other people definitely have a better idea there. And as Tiger says, what's your budget? Are ship components able to be put into storage boxes? I don't know. That's a good question. Can we do that with the multi-tool? With the inventory? So lowering your components into your storage, bringing a box and putting them in. Can you actually do that yet? Star Mage, how you doing? Would be nice if someday, instead of deleting ships, the game creates... Yes, that's exactly the path they're going to go to. So that's not to say that, you know, eventually there will be something where it degrades. I think that the plan is not to take work away from salvagers. It'll be a case of the salvaging guild or whatever, the local authority in that area will put out a beacon for there's a ship here to be salvaged. Not to say that you won't just find some ships lying around to be salvaged. Of course you will. But, for example, the Maelstrom physical damage system, part of that is to allow ships to crash into a planet, realistically, creating like a wake behind them, and then over the course of time, with the biome accumulation, gather dirt, grime, foliage, and kind of just be sort of, not buried, but be a part of the environment. And you will come across, and technically that'll be any ship that crashes, be a player ship, an NPC ship, whatever. So ideally they wouldn't want to clean up anything, but again it will be balanced based on the performance. But as they continue to optimize, I'm hoping they'll find a way to have anything and everything persist if it needs to. But even like, you know, a ship will crash into the planet. You'll be able to, if you visit that ship over time, you will see that it is maybe on fire to start with while there is still fuel to burn. And then over time, the fire will go out and then it'll start to age and rust and then take on the environment. So that's the end, you know, goal where they're going. And that would mean that ships are not just deleted. They don't want to take money away from people. They would rather players are able to do it. So yeah, contracts to do that would be definitely a big part of that. Foliage. Thank you, Sven. For some reason, the minute I say that word, even if I've said it right the first time, it sounds wrong. What happened to me on live yesterday was positioning an NPC C2 filled with loot to unload, and it poofed while I was in the pilot seat. Yeah, in the patch notes for 4.0.2, one of them, I can't remember which patch, there was something addressing the aggressiveness of the cleanup system, which they did scale up around main landing zones and point and things like that. But I think they've just adjusted it and bug fixed it as well to make sure that it, you know, they don't want players' ships disappearing. Or was it Back to the Future? Oh, I didn't get that. Sorry. Infinity Splitter, how you doing? In the hangar inventory tool, you can put RMC into 8. Yes, but not components though. Oh, you can put components into boxes, but most size 2 components require an 8 SU box. That'll need to be adjusted. Like we've seen with weapons and backpacks, they're making it so that the dimensions of an item needs to make sense to the actual thing you're putting it in. So even if technically the volume of this weapon is lesser than the volume of the box you're trying to put it in, if the dimensions don't make sense, it won't go in. We are going to see a ton more boxes of all types, not just SEU boxes, but weapon boxes, armor boxes. You know, they're physicalizing everything, so they want to have the boxes capable of holding them physically. So we will see that come along, and yes, we will eventually be able to put components into boxes that make sense to the size of the box, but hopefully that's something they can do soon, because that'll be very handy. My Hornet is the Mark 1 F7C. What I am doing at the moment, I go around Lagrange points in my free time, relaxing, salvaging panels, and then in my Vulture I put 38 SCU RMC to the station. I have a Carrack and a lot of 8 SCU boxes sitting on the station. When I have 300 RMC, I will put them all into the 8 SCU boxes and put them into your Carrack and sell them in one go when the money and supply demand is good. Very nice. That's the way it should be done, right? That's maximizing it all. Nice. Is there any indication to produce the half SCU container? I don't know. Oh, do you mean, are you on about the 1/8 SCU? Or do you mean, are they actually going to bring out a half SCU container? Probably. I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility to get like a half-size SCU box, or even other metrics, you know, variations of that, but I don't know. Like the 2 SCU box that has weapon racks on the side to place weapons on instead of moving them. Yes, yes. So we're always going to be able to use this UI to transfer things over like that, you know, and just sort of go on to the next and it will load it in. But they also want to have it fully physicalized. And there will be like specific boxes. Like if you remember one of the subscriber flares or whatever it was a specific box to store your medical multi-tool, your paramed tool with extra vials in. Like stuff like that for different weapons, for like proper weapon boxes. Foliage. David Crouch, how you doing? Welcome. To the server's view, writing the information to the database, a coffee cup is the same as an SCU box. This way, they can work on performance now in those areas and disable cups in the future. Do you know, I honestly think they're going to do their own database. Since 3.18, and they, you know, use a third-party database, and it completely just crashed the database, which, as, you know, from Chris, is like, they said it would be fine, and it's not. I wouldn't be surprised if they set about right then and there figuring out how to create their own database long-term to take over from this one. But I don't know. They haven't said that. I'm just speculating. Ships should also have storage that is also claimed on insurance. Yes. Yeah, so when it comes to insurance, eventually there will be more itemized insurance. And they don't want it to be like filling out papers. They want it to be a, do you want, you know, you can tick up, I would expect it to be. Do you want contents insurance, weapon insurance, component insurance, other types, FPS item insurance, you know, and you'll be able to tick up and choose which you want. Whenever that'll be. Like, the whole insurance system needs to be not rewritten, but redone, because it also impacts many other aspects, including the way the game is played and how people approach the game. So if you know it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of time to get your ship back on insurance because it's a rare ship or whatever, you will be more cautious with it. You will go to get it repaired rather than just be like, lost the wing, let me just claim a new ship and suicide. Like, that's not going to be the way the game is played. It is not going to be efficient or profitable. It is just going to be, you know, time consuming and alpha UEC consuming. Or UEC consuming. But there needs to be the game needs to be in a certain state before that can even be possible. So the game needs to be playable. It needs to be as bug-free as possible before they can start doing that. Because if you know, they tried it a while back, didn't they, where they increased the timers and the prices of insurance, but we were still suffering from bugs that would cause us to die. So you were getting doubly punished. The medium for that insurance will probably be on your MOBIGlass. Yeah, certainly would likely be there as well. Yeah, making it as efficient as possible. If the cup has liquid, then it can be consumed. It still has additional data that needs to be tracked. I'm sure they are testing the limits. Yeah, all the time. And the limits that they have now in terms of performance versus, you know, 4.0.2 versus 4.1 versus 1.0, when they've rolled out a lot more optimizations, there will be a lot more they can do. So, yeah, plenty of stuff. Free speech, how you doing? It's been tracked and stored. Yeah, everything is. Each molecule, yeah, an atom. I hope level 2 and 3 are add on to level 1 that require you to have... I can't remember what they have spoken about it recently, haven't they? But I can't remember every caffeine molecule. Talking of which, I might need to go and get some caffeine molecules. Caffeine monocles. Yeah, I would love to see Reclaimer competitor, a proper mid-size salvager as well. Cups are just a test within themselves, nothing related. What about cups that stack? That would be an interesting one. Anyway, I'm talking of coffee. I'm gonna go grab a coffee, and then we'll run through Ali Brown's updates to do with the graphics and what's in the works now, what's going on, what it all means, and so on. There is no gameplay for salvage until base building comes in, so not sure why. Well, the gameplay is obviously just selling, making money. It's a profession that works, like mining, where, you know, like anything. Right now, the main progression in anything is just earning creds. There is nothing else really to it. You sell everything, be that commodities, items, trading, salvage stuff is trading as well. So you could literally say the same in regards to Gold Pass about most things. Ideally, anything, especially entry level, that earns money in game, that people... I mean, it should be based more on just what people are using the most, right? It's... priority should be the most used ships, which would also be starter ships. But yeah, even salvaging ships should be somewhere in that priority list, because a lot of people use them. Maybe not the Reclaimer. I get what you're saying there. But and also bigger ships would take a lot more time and resources to gold standardize than smaller ships. So I think sometimes a lot of it is just low hanging fruit. Get what you can done. But yeah. Anyway, let me go grab a coffee and then we'll be back. Some Cruise Lux. Well, we have canned coffee in game. I might have to just stick to that for now. That would be nice enough. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. You guys carry on. There we go. Welcome back, Opeth. Is it a bit busy for you at work today, mate? Not beer at the moment. No, I don't think I've got any beer in. I took it all camping. And we actually missed out on one. So you have a C4 1CF 160F ball turret and an F7C nose turret. Can't get off the elevator, so if you want them, you'll need to come to your hangar, Area 18. I then call them up in the elevator with them on... Oh, I see. And then, yeah. 800,000 for my share. Is that accurate, Solin? Remember I said just share it, like keep the vast majority of it for yourself because of the expenditure of using your own ship. Hang on, where's the music? Can you hear it? Epsilon, welcome. What was that? What did you see? I missed what you went to go and see. Anyone playing Roadcraft demo? Welcome, Steve. You know, I've never even heard of that, mate. Eslin, welcome. Waste bins are just decorations like the vending machines. They add ambience. Yes, at the moment. So, vending machines will certainly be acting as ways to get food and drink. And waste bins will become ways of disposing of things, getting them off, like culling them from the server. There will also be janitor NPCs, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is also missions for players to take to earn creds by cleaning up things, you know, disposing of things, putting them into the bins. That is all to come. But yeah, I do it as well, just throwing them out of the way. They don't go anywhere, I think they just sit there. Anyway, let's talk about what Ali Brown has mentioned. You're welcome. I haven't gone through it fully yet. I was reading a bit of it while I was camping, just as and when I could. It's a bit loud, sorry about that. So, kind of a high-level overview. Ali Brown, what does he do again? What is like head of graphical... I can't remember now. Oh, the Raptor. Yeah, they said that the Raptor is actually a vehicle that will be used, but whether or not we can use it is another thing altogether. So for ray tracing, for the bounding volume hierarchy, this is something that is required for ray tracing and is usually complex and expensive in most games, but even more so for Star Citizen scale and moving zones. So that's something that they have to do just to allow global, you know, ray tracing to be enabled. It's kind of like annoying that it has to be done because it takes time to do it, but it needs to be done. Ray traced global illumination is making good progress. This is something I'm really excited for, is to see Star Citizen with, you know, full ray traced global illumination. It's just going to look just mind-blowing. Making good progress and has already started actively being used in Squadron. However, there is still improvements required to several areas before it is ready for the PU. Sirin, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. 07. So, I don't know what is left in terms of improvements to several areas, or whether it's something that can roll out incrementally. It sounds like it has to be done to a certain degree before they can even get it anywhere. But, yeah. We'll see. 07, Sirin. Ray-traced reflections. Now, for the first version, these will be used... they will use screen space colors for objects on screen and simplified material representations for objects off-screen. Currently, there is still some issues with noise and bobbliness to resolve. Not really sure what all that means, but I guess it's just the quality of each, depending on whether you can visually see it or whether you can. The space what they pump it out to the space whales. My friend and I started throwing our empties out of the back of a Zeus. Oh, no. Yeah, dump it in Pyro. Take it all to Pyro and dump it out there. Get it out of Stanton. For character decals. Now, this I really like. So, character decals. This tech will be used to place things such as scars, wounds, and potentially tattoos. And the intention is for this to be used for cinematics and Squadron, obviously, for the characters to look interesting, and as they go through stuff like this, you see that they've been injured. For character customizer, so we can add scars or tattoos depending on what we want, which again is something you would expect and is cool that they're planning to do that. But also dynamic damage, which I suppose it's kind of like the equivalent of Maelstrom for ships, but for players, for characters. Being able to see, and it also says weapon impact, so being shot, being hurt, meleeed or whatever. Now, firstly, it's going to be cool because it looks cool. Being able to see someone's been injured visually by looking at them will be pretty epic. But more importantly, for the medical profession. Now, we know with a lot of the Beam Citizen and so forth, a lot of that is just temporary for the sake of getting that gameplay into our hands in any fashion. With the intention on going to more sort of tactile, visceral methods if and where applicable. Not that everything will suddenly no longer be using beams. Beams will still be a part of it. But when it comes to medical stuff, they do want to expand on that. Now, let me just check my notes. In the past, being able to physically see an ailment of any type on a character will allow players to visually diagnose a player if you are running, medical profession stuff. Right now, it's just use this weapon, this tool, you point it at them, it tells you what's wrong with them. Very straightforward, very simple. In the future, we should be able to look at a player and see that maybe they're actually injured in some fashion, and you can see what that problem is and treat them accordingly. So having more individualized problems and damage that needs to be treated with different methods. And also, it kind of leads to things like illness and virus. We know that they want to have illnesses and viruses and have the need for, lockdowns. Not lockdowns, that's a horrible PTSD word. Containment, that kind of stuff. So, one of the examples they used is if you were to go on a ship and take your helmet off, you might not realize, but you could have contracted something that was maybe killed the crew in that ship, and then you go back on board your ship and you spread that to all your crew, and then they get ill. Part of the being a doctor or being a medic is that being able to diagnose what's wrong with someone based on maybe their skin being patchy or having a rash. Quarantine, that's the one, yeah. So, really hoping to see this and where it can go. I don't know to what limit they're going to be, or I don't know what the limitations are, or what the range is, but that kind of thing for the medical profession, that kind of harks back to the whole Starliner post that they did in 2015, where you'll be able to diagnose people based on a cough or whatever. So yeah, really cool to see that come along. Lady Space, how you doing today? Welcome. I would be comforted by even having the bodies in Rex be incapacitated NPCs in need of a rescue. Just literally anything beyond trusting the players aren't going to ambush you at a beacon. Well, that's it. I think most of that will come down to reputation. So if there's a beacon going out for a rescue and you can see the reputation based on previous missions, like rescue missions, and they're all bad rated. I mean, I know that's not like a flawless way of doing it, but that's one way of doing it. But yeah, having to rescue NPCs is... What have we heard about recently in terms of the missions? There was something that was mentioned, maybe not recently, but in the last 2 years, about going out and rescuing NPCs, like having medical beacons from NPCs rather than just players. But it's kind of like when we put that guy in the bridge, didn't we, who boarded Apox Polaris, and someone said, "Oh, I think he's suicided." So I was like, "All right, we'll go and loot his stuff." Walked in, and the minute he stood up, it just dawned on me that he was doing the sleep emote rather than the actual, ragdoll that you would do if you'd suicided. And he jumped up. Thankfully, we'd taken all his weapons off, but he jumped up, and I was like, "Panic! Shoot him!" And I was running out of the way, and thankfully we had other people around us as well who had their weapons drawn and put him down. But yeah, that was, that was a bit of a noob moment on my part. Astro, how you doing? Welcome. I'd like it if that a player is down that you need to take them to the med. Well, do you know, they actually had that where you could drag them to a med bed and get them repaired. Yeah, that's sort of changed, hasn't it? Well, I wouldn't want to call it whether it, I wouldn't want to say whether it's low-hanging fruit or not, because I don't really know what needs to go into that. But it's certainly, like, there's a lot of things that I feel they could do that would enhance the game in a good way. Not a lot, but like things like having an NPC mission giver just giving out generic quests. But I think a lot of that is like the mission system refactor needs to happen first. The dynamic mission system needs to be implemented and working for that kind of mission as well, where it can continuously spawn in missions that require players to go to NPCs and rescue them. So yeah, hopefully now that those two systems are somewhat in and getting on with it, that would be nice. Jedi, how you doing? Welcome. Let's just catch up on chat. There are no skill trees, 1-inch punch. But animal taming, I certainly think we'll see something along those lines for the fauna. Some fauna, not all fauna, of course. There will be some that you just cannot tame at all. I'm pretty sure that CIG has said that the whales are protected. Yes. So I'm sure that, people will be able to hunt whales, but that will come with a huge crime stat, but also scraping barnacles off the back. I don't know if that's illegal or part of the ongoing, maybe the treatment of space whales, being able to help them, or if they're something that can be sold for a lot and it's illegal to do, but it's not as bad as killing them. Yeah, there'll be missions with space whales, both good and bad. Yeah, just a shower of waste. It's just flying around near a space whale tour. They're called storm walls. I'm a simple soul. I just want passenger missions. Yeah, another one that could probably be seen as low-hanging fruit, but really requires a lot of coding for NPCs to be able to transition through elevators and trams. I mean, we all have trouble ourselves. And then pathing it properly with the navigation links. Interacting with usables, having their different preferences and behaviors based on the ship you're using, the destination, the journey, how it goes. All stuff that has had some work done at some point and will eventually come along, but I guess it's just priority changes. Is there a message of the day, Silent Blob? I don't think there's been one. I haven't seen one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking in Territus. Like, scraping barnacles as a way to actually help the creature would be nice. Oh, there is a new one. Can you link it or post it? But yeah, they did say when it comes to, like, NPC, like, passenger transport. I'm not talking, like, necessarily Star Lancer, full aircraft, but even just individual taxi missions. Each NPC will have preferences, and I think a lot of it will stem to they may have a preference of ship. Like, some of them might want Origin versus Drake, and you'll get a higher or lesser score depending on that. Maybe you're flying, if you're making them feel sick by flying all over, like traveling above a certain threshold. There's a lot of things they can do to make it so that depending on the person you're transporting, you'll get a better or worse score based on your flying and your ship and things like that. A bit like Crazy Taxi. That's such a great theme tune. Score to it. Mostly Offspring. You're at the point where I would be fine with NPCs being teleported into their seats and remaining there for the voyage, but it would be great to have them walking around us. Well, yeah, I mean, not even like walking around in terms of like the passenger areas. I think it's just they want it to obviously be a case of the NPC needs to path properly from the station, sitting and waiting for you to arrive. You land at the pad or in the hangar. They then walk to the elevator, use the elevator, get out of the elevator, go into your ship, and sit down. Like, it obviously, a lot of games do that kind of thing, and it seems like a simple thing, but with Star Citizen, there's obviously a lot more to it with volumes and boxes and server meshing, so I think a lot of that stuff has been put on hold until they just get things like server meshing working. Could you imagine it? Hailing an NPC taxi and getting a different flyby through a city to your destination every time. Yeah, being able to be ferried around by NPCs is something that is definitely something that would be very handy, especially as, like doing this hardcore zero to hero where you don't start with a ship and you have an NPC to transport you if you've got the money to pay for it. So thank you, Silent Blob. We are currently cooking a new 4.0.2 PTU for a potential PTU release published later today. So nothing too exciting, but more of the same, continuing to go on. English day name looks like it'll go live very soon. Rhino, that's a good point. I forget about that. Seems to be a plausible ruling. Yeah, if you're transporting them in a cutlass and they're like, oh, can I use the bathroom? You're like, store your tables, please. We're about to take off. Yes, that's another way of looking at it. See, I do like to make things complicated. I think it's just, unfortunately, the nature of the game. It makes things far more complicated, doesn't it? Yeah, like tier 0 of passenger transport could just be auto-load, but yeah, kind of boring. Leads to other things as well, I suppose. Good morning, Pornstar. How you doing? Spectrum can eat ass today. I got banned for reporting a player who was grieving people in Grim by pushing them into the walls, and you got banned for it. I'm assuming there was no, aggressive behavior on your part reporting it, or rudeness. So, yeah. I mean, you could get banned for anything in Spectrum, can't you? You've mentioned before that Nyx should be the next system released. Do you think that's true? And when do you think Terra will be released? Yeah, I still think Nyx is next in line. They've kind of made out as though it's going to be. That's not to say plans won't change, but I think the Nyx system is much more further along than any other system, and will be next. From there, it'll probably be Castra, and then Terra, but I don't know. I think we will see them all release before 1.0, of course. They need to test these systems. We need to play in them and so forth. So I think in the next 4 to 5 years, we'll see Terra. Hopefully sooner. But yeah, I don't know. It depends on how quick they can do it. And each time they build a new place, a new system, they'll speed that up. They're obviously working on tools to help speed up the process anyway, so it's not going to take as long as it has taken to make Stanton, as long as it's taken to make Pyro, but there is, it's still not going to be done in a day, is it? It's going to take a while. When they are cooking a build, do you think they use different herbs and spices and different measures just to get that perfect special dish? Yeah, definitely. I think it's important. Get those little measuring spoons, a little bit of code, well, a lot of code, a little bit of game content. You also expect Nyx to be next and Terra to be last. Yeah, I feel like it's likely it's going to be that way. Terra is as you say, a huge system. It's a major system. So it will require a lot of work. But yeah, I don't know. Is that what they actually said during that presentation, Grift? But everything is already in-game for a system since they added Pyro. Weather is also already in the game. Well, sort of. Yeah, there's, Genesis and so forth. They're incrementally going to roll out, but, with this push for playability and stability versus actual content, it will, in some areas, it's not black and white, of course, but in some areas it'll push back the release times of certain things, but I don't know how much of an impact that'll have on the overall thing, because it's not every single developer is now going to be just working on bugs. They're going to be pulled on and off of their current work on the content that they're working on, or the feature they're working on, as and when necessary, if needed. Boom, 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 boom. Well, Terra. So the Sol system and the Terra system are, yeah, they're obviously. Oh, sorry, is Terra our Sol system? No, so yeah, you've well, actually, Sol is obviously where Earth is. That is, we have the Sol Nexus and we have the Terra Nexus. Terra itself is a super Earth. It's kind of, you know, we'll have Sol, Earth. That's where the UEE is based. Terra, which is a whole nother planet, a whole nother system. Well, a whole nother system with Terra Prime being the main planet, or Terra Prime being the main city there. They're also a heavy political system where a lot of, like, the Transformationalist Party would like the UEE to be represented in Terra, not Sol. But when you look at the star map, you've got two nexus. You've got the Sol Nexus, where that's all based around Sol, and essentially where hang on, where the humanity expanded from early doors, and then they discovered Terra, and that creates its own nexus with other things branching off of there. But they are two different systems. And to, you know, for 1.0, the release to live of 1.0, essentially the first proper release, we're going to have those 5 systems. But Sol, that'll come later. Lake, how you doing? Is there a confirmed date? No. There's never any confirmed dates for Star Citizen, and 4.0.2, like any of the patches, just ready when it's ready. I think likelihood is they want it out by the end of February, early March. They'll do as much as they can, bug fixing, optimizing, you know, getting blockers and whatnot, to get it as playable as possible, and then release it. I don't think they're gonna sort of, you know, hang back, because they still want to produce other patches, like many more patches this year, including 4.1. So yeah, I think it'll be either the end of this week or next that it comes along. But there's never any, like, concrete dates. They never give any dates ever, and even if they do, never, just ignore them. For me, I would rather it be moved to Terra. I would say I'm more of a transitionalist when it comes to the UEE. Only because I would rather be at Terra than Earth. I'll definitely go and visit Earth. I want to see what it looks like. See what they've decided to do with it. Johnny, how you doing? Good afternoon. We are doing fantastic, my friends. How are you doing? All good, I hope. Kaivari, welcome. Hopefully they won't nix. I hear it'll be fun. I don't know what you mean by that. You are. Board Gamer, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How are you doing today? Exclamation raid. No, exclamation DEF. Gotta defend against the raiders, please. How was your stream, sir? Much love to you as well. Hang on, what was I going to read there? I just started, the player name was enough to get me banned. Oh. Oh, no. You need to speak to Coffee Gaming. He used to be called Coffee Whore until Twitch's terms of service changed. Yeah, fair enough. It's funny, that. Yes, that was the... No, that was not the... Oh, yes, we saw a bit of the Zeus Mark 1 stake. Yeah. In the survey they put out, they asked which system we would like to see next. Oh. That kind of rings a bell. I don't really remember filling in that. I definitely filled it in, but I can't remember much about it. Do you know if the next patch on the PTU fixes how co-pilots in your ship does not see the quantum effect? No, I don't know. I don't know, but that is a bit naff, isn't it? I'm always like, are we going to jump or what? CIG is shooting themselves in the foot with these daily updates. It is unsustainable in the long term for them and the players. Fatigue is a real thing. They'd be better off to take a bit more time to validate the patches internally or release once or twice. I mean, I can't speak about, you know, I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about what they do internally, about who's doing what. You're right, though. Trying to do a daily video is difficult. So trying to put out daily patches is certainly going to be difficult as well. But I guess when something is ready, don't hold it back. What's the point? Get it out there, get it tested, right? They said it will release around March 2025, so maybe early March is the chance then. But again, take dates with a pinch. A new loading screen. Yes, well, we know that says March on it, doesn't it? Yeah. Absolutely, Rickan. Can't wait to see where all this leads. Just getting over some kind of bug. Feeling a lot better. Yeah, my youngest cousin didn't go camping because he was poorly. Poor guy. Happy to hear you're getting better though, my friend. Inside Star Citizen this week covers Supply or Die and out for 4.0.2, as well as English names for Message of the Day indicator release this week. Yeah, I would certainly say there's a good chance we'll see it come this week. It really depends on just how it goes, doesn't it? I mean, it is the end of February this week, so early March certainly seems plausible. And then I suspect it'll be 4.1 they roll out next. In fact, this week we're also seeing the roadmap update with 4.0.2 added and 4.1 and beyond. But yeah, be fun to see what happens. Diz Troy, how you doing? Nice to see you. Oh, seven, sir. Corey, welcome. I don't know if the Perseus will have a med bed. For some reason, I'm thinking it does, but I don't know for certain. If anyone else can answer that. Narwhal, how you doing? Yeah, I can't wait to see the roadmap. Again, it's all just a best guess as to when something is likely going to release, but it still gives us the best insight we could have at that time, right? Oh, sorry, Castile, we're still going through that, mate. I've not finished on the whole graphic thing. We're still working through that. The only lore I need is how medbeds give you food. Yeah, it's like an IV. Yeah, at the moment, it's kind of like, oh, this is a quick and easy way to do this. I don't know if I'm for it or against it yet, though. Yeah, thank you, Moose Run. Appreciate that, mate. So it doesn't have a med bed, but it can fit an Ursa on board. Fair enough. Perseus doesn't have a med bed with what they showed us. But if it was bigger, but if it was made bigger or changed, it might have one added. Yeah, I guess there's no reason to believe it wouldn't or it won't. At this time, I guess it doesn't, so I wouldn't expect one, but who knows? Anywho, right, what else have we got here? So, ray tracing. Where is the information? Here it is. For Vulcan, there are constant, and this is not the ship, the Vulcan API I'm talking here, there are constant improvements required for performance and stability for Vulcan, and we're frequently adding new extensions to enable new technology or optimizations. They also mentioned that in regards to multi-threading, they have found that multi-threading the renderer has given a huge boost to the time of the render job, for example, going from 30 milliseconds down to 10 or less in a complex scene. But this, but they also see that the render job often isn't the bottleneck, so it's very constant. It's very content specific based on the scene that you're trying to render and your own PC's hardware. And like they've said, not everybody will see a benefit. I think if you are CPU bottlenecked, you will see a benefit. And if you have a multi-threaded CPU, then you will probably see a benefit. But it isn't going to be every single person. But it sounds like those who do see a benefit could see potentially quite a high boost to performance. But again, it'll also scale based on your hardware anyway. And the scene that you're rendering. Each scene is different. It has to render different things. So it'll determine whether or not you get a big change or a small change. But it sounds good anyway that, there's some benefits there, potentially. Where has it gone? I've lost it. That one? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Where's it gone now? I'm losing the page. I'll keep moving. I've got too many tabs open. For Planet Tech version 5, Genesis, which is all the different changes, which includes things like weather, soil type, biomes, all these new biomes, seasons, tons of stuff. Now this, it says, is a huge change to how we distribute all content on planets with the goal of much better visuals, performance, and provide more power to gameplay systems for things like harvestables, mining, and creatures. Now, when it comes to creatures, we know they want to have full proper ecosystems where, as part of the whole, food chain, the animals make sense to the environment. They are believable in the environment that they live in. And they have their day-night cycles. When it comes to harvestables, this will just be things like picking fruit and hopefully things like chopping trees to a degree. But I know they addressed that, didn't they? And it doesn't sound too promising. I can't remember now. But when it mentions here mining, now this could be a lot to do, as we've heard, about how things are distributed and where you would likely find certain minables versus other places. Come on, give me the... Where's the playlist? Here it is. Let's just go to the playlist and click play all. And we'll do the shuffle as well. Yeah, so depending on the type of resource and where you would realistically expect to see that type of mineable in the environment is where we'll see it. But I really hope it also paves the way for mining veins. That would be very cool, but we haven't heard about them in a long while. Yo, Furco, medbed, food and water won't give the food drink buffs. That's true. Yeah, there is a reason to eat and drink versus just getting it popped up with, or topped up with a medbed. You suspect the reason for Terra being the exception is because the planet, being a super Earth probably in proportion, matched our Earth in terms of its makeup, lacking only the damage we do. Yeah, and I think that'll be one of the best ways to pave the way for creating Sol. Every time they create a new biome, or Earth, sorry, but every time they create a new biome, it adds to the library of biomes that will be needed for somewhere like Earth. Obviously, Earth is very diverse in terms of biomes and landscapes and so forth. So there needs to be a huge library that when it comes to it, they can do that. But then on top of that, with alien planets, there's going to be a lot of very unusual biomes that we have not seen on Earth. So there's, the more that they create, when they've created something like Terra, that will certainly give them a huge library to choose from. But I think by that time, a lot of it will be automated in terms of procedural generation, AI, and it'll be able to choose from a much bigger choice of biome type. But it all needs to make sense to the world, right? To the conditions of the world itself. Aaron, how you doing? Welcome. Yes, it is still very much CPU bound. It's Star Citizen. They are continuously trying to, well, not continuously, but working to offload a lot of the hard work to the GPU where possible. So video memory. We are overhauling how video memory is budgeted to force developers to remain in budget while giving players explicit control over how they allocate their video memory to each graphical effect. The end result should be better performance for everybody, as low video memory looks to be our #1 GPU performance issue. Absolutely. And yeah, we see this in a lot of games where you can allocate where, well, not a lot of games, but more recent games like Cyberpunk, I think, where you can allocate the type of memory and where it goes to make a choice out of what you want. But of course, things like, reducing things like bushes and visual distances of things, they don't want that. They want that to be set so that you can't just, like you see on whatever those open map FPS games are, where you reduce it all to 0 and then the bush disappears and you can see 3 people hiding in it. Like, they don't want that to happen, of course. Do you think Star Citizen will ever make it to Earth? Yeah, of course. Star Citizen, the soul is... the whole universe of what Star Citizen will be includes Earth, so absolutely, of course they will. Yeah, it won't be exactly as Earth is today. I mean, back in the original Kickstarter, the plan was Earth is going to be made up of 4 or 5 main landing zones, like New York or what was it? I can't remember more. Shanghai, I think, or Beijing was one. There was going to be set places that you could visit, and they would have to create a narrative way as to explain why we can't go anywhere else. But now that we have procedural generation, we have their tools and Genesis, and they'll continue to develop this stuff. Like what we see today, or even what we saw at CitizenCon for Genesis, by the time we get to 1.0, that's 5 years of development for a tool and the technology. By that point, they'll be even further advanced in what they can do. So the limitations will decrease, and the abilities will increase. And I think we could, not saying we're going to see a 1-for-1 like of Earth. That is, I mean, it's not to say it's out of the realm of possibility. At this moment it is, but 5 years' time, who knows? So whether they adopt any of those technologies or whatever, we'll see. But they don't have to, is the point. And they've got 900 years of explanation as to why there is less diversity or scale to a planet like Earth. But they will do what they can to keep it as cool as possible and as real as possible. You agree with Dids, the Sol system might never become an accessible system, and I'm fairly sure they will come up with it. No, I disagree completely. The Sol system will be a system we get to visit. They'll all become a system we get to visit. They won't cull any system, and if they did, it certainly wouldn't be the Sol system. We will see Sol, but I don't know how long it'll be until we get to that point. I could see them keeping to the couple of landing zones. No, well, I don't think so. I think they'll increase it, but yeah, there may be the 4 main landing zones that are built up like we see with something like Lawville and New Babbage and stuff. They won't do, all the major cities and then all the villages and all. It's not going to be like that by any means. So yes, I think in terms of lore, they will have the main cities as the main landing ports, and then there'll be maybe other settlements around. But I think there's a potential for much bigger ideas than what they first intended. The Terra system is planned, but I think it's supposed to be super dodeca hyper secure. Yes, Terra is going to be one of the most policed systems that we will see, because it is a high political importance. And you've got like Castra, which is a little less, Nyx a little less, Pyro much less. Chris, how you doing? Probably the easiest way to do Earth would be as a city planet like ArcCorp, but with oceans. Actually, that's a very difficult way of doing it. ArcCorp, since they decided to go to the fully, procedural not fully, but to use procedural generation and actually develop full planets, celestial bodies, ArcCorp has become a mind F for them, because back then it was just supposed to be you have these areas that you can land to. They weren't supposed to have physical planets. So they certainly won't do an ArcCorp style planet, because that is just a nightmare for them. But I think it is very important to recognize that 5 years of developing something as technology, like when you think about terms of technology from the 1900s to now, it's not like a steady increase. It's like this, and that will continue on. Technology, AI. They've said they want to incorporate AI where possible, and procedural generation, as we know, still maintain their artists' visuals and hands-on impact. But the more they do something, the better and more efficient and scalable it becomes. So there's no knowing where it's going to get to. Manchester. Do you remember, what was it we were watching at CitizenCon? I can't remember. It might have been it was last year. No, maybe last year's CitizenCon. No, sorry, not last year's. The year before that, where they had Chris and they were. It was the last part of the show where it was to do with Squadron. It was to do with Squadron, and they suddenly panned to Manchester, like in the real world, and myself included, we all cheered Because I think a lot of us thought that that was actually like the Sol system being created, or the visuals of a Planet Tech, and we saw Manchester and it was like, holy shit, that looks amazing. And then we realized that it was actually the real world and they were just panning into their own offices. And it was a bit embarrassing. We were all like, oh, okay, never mind. That just isn't realistic. Sol is a gigantic system full of planets and hundreds of moons. No, I'm not saying that, every single moon will be generated. I'm not saying the full Sol system will be there. We're not going to have hundreds and thousands or thousands of moons. It is definitely going to be a cut down version of it. But what I'm saying in terms of I'm saying they're not going to cull it, right? They are not going to get rid of the Sol system. They won't bring in the full Sol system as it is in the real world, but they're not going to cut it and be like, no, we're not doing that. It's the center of the UEE government. It needs to be there. There's no way in hell they will pull that out of the game. So, you're right. It is a big system. They're not going to do a full one-to-one representation. That would be pretty much impossible. If a game, even if it is possible for something to do that as a one-for-one, not a one-for-one scale, but even a condensed scaled-down version, it's not necessary for Star Citizen. Quantum computing, yeah, it started already, hasn't it? Was it 2023? Thank you, APOC. Yeah, it'll definitely exist in the game. In what capacity is obviously yet to be seen, and we could discuss that to death. All I'm saying is the way this is done now versus the way it will be done when they're ready to tackle Sol, to even when they release it and post, there's a lot of potential there. They just need to replicate Manchester city centre and make it planet-wide. God, how awful would that be? Just the full Sol system is just Manchester. Like, no! No offense, Manchester. So for damage map compression, damage maps allow for accurate damage and salvage across our ships, but the networking of this data has a significant cost, so we are compressing these maps down to a fraction of their raw size, such that each packet of data is a maximum of 32 kilobytes, which is probably just going to see quite a bit of optimizations through that. So it's like they're, same with the video memory stuff, they're creating stricter budgets so that we're not seeing these problems occur. And a lot of this is to do with tech debt, I suppose. The years of doing things a certain way and then changing that and allowing people to do it their own way without having a uniformed, specific way of doing it in-house. Getting that in line means that going forwards, there shouldn't be as many issues with this, and it should help to optimize and reduce the cost of everything, which will then allow them more room to do it in other areas. Metascallion, how you doing? Welcome. You don't want to try from the left-hand side. Either way, Sol would have to be 5 to 6 systems after 1.0 because they need to make the intervening systems to jump through. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That makes absolute sense. They need to be able to connect it before it can come. I wonder how much of Sol will have human habitation. Earth will be chock-a-block, yeah, and I guess also Luna, Mars, maybe terraformed Venus, and several of the moons. A lot of the lore does explain a bit of it. Obviously, we know Mars has, Luna has. I think Luna was first, then Mars. We had the Great Mars disaster. Have we heard of anything else? I can't recall if anywhere else has had any terraformation. But also, yeah, even things like stations around certain, like the gas giants and whatnot. There will be all of that, of course. And asteroid belts, yeah. They plan to add 18 moons to the Sol system. Is that what they've said? That seems doable. Yeah, I mean, obviously it'll be the more well-known ones. But I can't remember which planet it is, but doesn't it have like 300 moons to date, and they're still finding more? Or am I thinking maybe there's 1,000 moons around one of them? Just occurred to me that currently there is only one landing zone per planet, unless I'm missing something. Do they plan to place? Yes, they do. So originally it was, we want to get one main landing zone, and as a place to visit with smaller settlements as you get pulled down on rails. Going procedurally generated to a degree, they obviously need to expand on that, but there will always, I think their plan is always to have, not always, but where applicable, have one main hero landing zone, which will, you know, spend the most amount of time and all this tech in that we see coming from when they build Lorville to when they build New Babbage to when they build Orison and so forth. And then for the appropriate planets beyond that, we will also see secondary landing zones. There will always, you know, be this main city, and then there will be smaller towns, settlements, and other places. But yeah, they also want to have places that are desolate, like Mad Max. You know, they want places, they don't want to have just everything populated or everything built upon. They want there to be vast deserts and other biomes that are dangerous. And if you crash into an area like that, you're going to have to survive. 300 moons there has to be at least one. That's no moon in that bunch. Yeah, you never know. Manchester Pan was hold the line video for. Was that when they showed that? Yeah, and I think everyone was like, no way, that looks amazing. And then it's like, okay, no, hang on, that's not real. I mean, that is real. Yo, Silk, how you doing? Saturn has over 100 moons. Not Luna. What about Luna? Oh, Star Citizen only has 5, as in 5 of Saturn's moons. Yeah, Luna's there. Don't worry, Luna's there. That's oh, what was it? I know it's Port Renatus for Mars, but I can't remember what the base on Luna. Oh, I think it's quite populated now as Luna anyway. Anyway, what else was said? So, continuing on with this whole graphics information from Ali. The focus has recently been on the code side. It's been on stability and quality of life improvements to existing features, especially after the rollout of server meshing, having a big impact on the game. As a result, Star Citizen teams haven't been able to take a full new version of the game engine in a while, because this would bring potentially instability and slow down the quality of life improvements for the players, and also likely prevent regular, timely releases, all of which are critical to continued engagement. But the Squadron 42 team have been road testing Vulkan, as we've just heard, which is now enabled by default for them, along with HDR and multi-threaded rendering, so hopefully most of the kinks are ironed out by the time they reach Star Citizen, though I won't be able to predict exactly when that is. We are also considering changes internally that would allow the Star Citizen team to more easily take piecemeal updates, I think I've read this recently, to the engine into the live release, to reduce the risk of instability for lower risk features and systems, as we're, of course, eager to get all of these new shiny things into our hands as soon as possible without compromising the player experience. Now, the graphics changes in the main branch, so for what they're working with, include many stability and performance improvements to Vulkan, including multi-threading, HDR, shader optimizations, and more. However, they are also intertwined with many other parts of the code base, such as wider rendering changes and profiling, memory management changes, as we've just heard, that touch every system. So the Vulkan change can't trivially be integrated into the Star Citizen without the rest. It would be possible to manually integrate just the renderer and then undo all the unrelated changes, but this would probably push back our overall schedule by several weeks and likely miss deadlines for PlanetTech version 5, ray tracing, Squadron, and so on. So normally we wait for Star Citizen to take the full main branch. And remember, you know, that internally they have deadlines. They always work to deadlines because it's the best way to encourage getting things done on time. And a lot of the times we hear about deadlines, or when they give us deadlines, it's just their internal deadline. That doesn't mean it won't slip or be brought forward or whatever. It's just what they're working towards. So while a lot of work has gone into making the main branch of Vulkan faster and more stable, the rest of the main branch may not be. And the company needs to take careful judgment about when to integrate, how long to test, and how much risk they are prepared to introduce to each release. Also, it's worth noting that while Vulcan seems faster and more stable for us internally, the true test is always when it goes to the wider public test with a much broader mix of hardware, drivers, and software. Yeah, it's so Ali Brown posted on Spectrum an update from the graphics team, and he's gone through and answered a lot of questions as well. Which is really kind of him, because this is stuff, a lot of this stuff we've all been wondering, and it's nice to just get little updates here and there, even if it means later down the line, So, Diz, the thing with Star Citizen is, firstly, it's going to be a soft release. Now, originally, the Kickstarter was like 100 systems at launch. That was before they did procedural generation. So that kind of went out the window a long time ago. Well, 2015, when they started, or 2014, investigating the potential of using procedural generation. Now, of course, that means the deadline to getting to 100 systems at launch is not going to happen, but they still want to get 100 systems and more. Now, the thing to remember is that Star Citizen is... Like, there are games that were built 20 years ago that are still being played today. So games that are that old have currently a life cycle of 20 years plus, because they're still ongoing. Games that are released today will have 20 years from now or 10 years from now. Star Citizen is being built to be future-proofed. And so long as people are playing it, it'll continue to be expanded upon. Now, at launch, which is the new launch, being 1.0, there will be 5 systems. And they will continue to develop the content and features that were outlined as, what we want Star Citizen to be. And that includes the 100 systems. And then when they've achieved that, which could take 10, 15 years, who knows, could take 20 years. But I think it's very likely to see Star Citizen having multiple decades worth of play, provided we're all playing it, provided they're still putting out content, which, from what we can see, they are going to be doing. So, yeah, they will likely reach that 100 system mark and beyond, but it's really a case of, are we all going to be alive to see it? Probably not. Not to laugh at that, but you know what I mean. So, yes, I think they will get there. Will it be in my lifetime? I hope so. Will it be 10 years from now, 15 years? I don't know. I have no idea. But, yeah, they never said that 100 systems won't be happening. They said for 1.0, it'll be these 5 systems, and then they will continue to develop from there on. So, yeah, just, it'll get there. Yeah, they just said for 1.0. They didn't say, we will not be bringing the 100 systems. They just said for 1.0, we will have the 5 systems. Because, essentially it's, do you want 100 systems where there are these, like, 3 or 4 points on a planet that you can be brought down to on rails, get a mission from, maybe find a bed or whatever, or do various things and then take off, like, on rails again. Star field, basically. Do you want 100 systems like that in the game, or do you want fully created planets where we can have multiple landing zones and biomes and absolutely. You're a 70-year-old gamer and enjoy every bit of it. Absolutely, David, mate. That's the thing. There is a lot to enjoy, and hopefully 1.0 will release in a timely manner for yourself, for everybody else, and there'll be plenty to do and enjoy. Yeah, mile wide, inch deep, absolutely. Citizen Thorn, how you doing? They will have to build out one system a month to finish. Well, technically, if they were doing everything the way they're doing it now, right? Like, these equations mean absolutely nothing, because... Like, let's say, for example, you cook a meal for the first time, then you cook it for the second time, and the third time, and the fourth time. Does it take you the exact same time and an effort to do it every time, or do you learn and become more efficient and make it quicker and better? And it's even more so the case for technology. where there are a lot of things now like AI that can do things in an instant, and they don't require as much hands-on. But CIG don't want to lose that detail, that fidelity, right? That they want it to feel handcrafted. So it's not like they're just going full AI or full procedural generation and letting it do everything. They're handcrafting things. They're making sure that artists have a hand in it. But that's not to say that the process and the methods won't speed up drastically within this 5 years to getting to, well, I say 5 years, we don't know how long it's going to be till 1.0 comes out. It's going to get to the point where it'll be much faster. They'll use different technologies and they will develop further tools and so forth. So yeah, don't ever judge something based on just how long it takes to do it for the first time ever, right? We don't know is, I'm a chef. I've been doing it now for about 45 years and I enjoy it as well as a computer technician. Very nice. We were just talking about being a chef and how hard of a job that must be. You're a retired chef. What are you doing in my kitchen? You would want me in your kitchen, I think. When the tech allows for it, they could run one shard for all. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, who knows where they're going to get to for tech? Eventually, they'll get to, technology will get to a place where you can press a button and it will computer generate a full system like Sol at the touch of a button. Now, I'm not talking anytime soon, but, the technology will scale to the point where that'll just be possible. So, in the meantime, there will be methods and ways that they will utilize to increase this and make it work. But at the end of the day, for me, what's important is that it feels good and it plays good and I'm enjoying it. Yes, I certainly want them to bring out all those 100 systems and so forth. But if they don't, I'm not going to lose my shit over it because I'm sure I'll be doing enough to enjoy anyway. But they never said they wouldn't. Yeah, it's about quality. We've seen games do quantity. Not to say that they're not good games, like No Man's Sky, Elite Dangerous. They are good games in their own way. But at the same time, there's too many. There's by the time people stop playing Elite Dangerous, whenever that game has, people have had enough of it or whatever happens to it, I bet 99.9% of those systems that are procedurally generated never get explored. So a lot of the time it's not even necessary, and it's important to keep that quality. There's a balance, of course. There's that middle ground. Whether CIG achieve that middle ground for you, for me, for anybody is yet to be seen. But there is a middle ground where for them, for CIG, for Chris, the quality and quantity are in the middle, and that's what we get. I'm sure we can all agree, disagree on what that would be based on just what we would prefer, but it's all irrelevant. It'll just be whatever they determine. The one thing that No Man's Sky did badly for me, whilst a ton of systems are awesome, they also feel small. Yes, and that's something CIG don't want to happen. They want to make sure that there's, like you could create one planet with all of the things on it, like fauna, weather, seasons, farming, all these other FPS, mining, everything. Like you could have every element of Star Citizen's gameplay when it's finished on one planet, and it would probably be way better than any other game out there, regardless of how many planets or systems they have, right? It's about content and generally the feeling that you get from playing it, more importantly than just, oh my god, there's far more systems and planets than I could ever possibly visit in 1,000 lifetimes. It doesn't mean they're not going to bring out the 100 systems. It doesn't mean that we're not going to eventually see those 100 systems. It just means the priorities have changed and they're trying to create what they're trying to create for 1.0 and then beyond. Stream Point Redeem, where Mac teaches you some tasty recipes. I've got a tasty recipe coming on that camping video. That red Thai curry. Oh, man, it was so tasty. And after having that crappy satay in that pub, I was like, I should have just cooked on the stove. Yeah, quality over quantity. I mean, to me, there's a balance, right? I'd like to have a lot of things to explore, but not at the expense of quality. Yeah, part of that camping channel is going to be recipes. They're all going to be plant-based, but that's not to say that you can't throw in chicken or beef or shrimp or whatever it is that you prefer. It's essentially the same meal, just with plant-based ingredients, so you can just do whatever you want to do. You can't eat curry. What, too spicy? To be fair, this red Thai curry wasn't that hot. No, I don't think so. Incidentally, we'll be making some red curry today. Oh, very nice. I don't know what I'm having tonight. I'll be cooking it, I'm sure I will. Now, secondary views with full graphics features set are basically not going to happen. Similar to the temporal answer, unless you want to rule out various graphic features, it becomes very difficult and impossible to make an engine scale well to do that. So you end up getting a frame rate dip at the most crucial moment when you are lining up the sights on someone. So this is harking back. I actually asked Ali, I tweeted him when we saw at one of the Citizen Cons having these sites where you can, like picture-in-picture, basically. And he said that we're not going to have picture-in-picture sights or scopes because of that very thing, where you're rendering a scene twice, and you're doing it right at a critical moment when you're raising a weapon to take aim and shoot. You do not want a lag spike or a frame rate drop as that happens. But he did say they could potentially blur the outside or find clever ways of doing it where it feels more like you're actually, you're not getting that cheat of looking down a scope and then having this external view zoomed in as well. So what we have now for zooming down a site is not final. There's certain things that they would want to do to make it so that it's more plausible or less like sort of cheaty. But yeah, it's we'll see where that goes. I don't know what they will do or when they will do it, but yeah, secondary views where you have like full-on rendering of a new scene. Even like, I think they're probably more talking about camera views here, landing cameras. We'll speak about that in a sec. They also do support all the basic rendering features in secondary views at sensible costs, which makes them fine for security cameras and such, which is a cool idea. But it's not suitable for anything that needs to look as good as a standard view. There are also cheating concerns, here we go, in dropping features to improve performance, things like fog, cloud, vegetation. They don't want to have to do that where people could drop it, give us the choice, and then see people in the bush. Now, landing cameras, they say you don't actually want landing cameras, which I kind of agree. He says it's really difficult to judge the scale of things like on a moon. Like if you've got a top-down view landing camera and you're trying to land, you see these rocks. That's not telling you anything. That's just telling you there's a rock there, there's a rock there. It's not telling you how big that rock is, how tall that rock is. There could be a rock that's this tall and a rock that's this tall. And if you're vertically looking at it coming down, they're going to look identical. So it's not going to help. He says what will help are things like LiDAR, depth, hollow renderers. They're the sort of things that they want to bring in for landing. And that would give you a much better idea as to what you're seeing coming into, which I do agree with. And even if that means, if that means better performance as well, without having to render a scene like this landing camera, then that's a win-win, really. Sneaky Bear, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Derim, how you doing? Blaze, welcome. I don't know what, in terms of like global illumination, ray tracing, I don't know what. It's like, I'm not technically minded, but they, yeah, I don't know. Just rewatch the Citizen segment with your viewers. Oh, I can't be bothered. But no, I honestly, time will tell, won't it, Diz? I appreciate you, you chilling out and chatting with us. But yeah, I have. We'll see what happens. I personally didn't get the idea that they were dropping the whole 100 systems idea. But as we say, we'll see. Hopefully, the bear behaves for you, mate. Regular Bob, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Beers and party, please. How are you doing? Let me just add that one. Thank you so much. Are you well? Gebet, welcome. So, global illumination is not ray trace, right? That's a separate lighting thing, is it? Now, also possible fix for holographic radar upscaling soon. Ironically, the problem might be the opposite of what I originally suggested. We discovered today that the radar is not drawing after the upscaling anti-aliasing. As we noticed, it ghosts heavily after the recent update. So I suspect the issue is that we're not upscaling holograms very successfully, which is always going to be tricky given they are transparent. But it was not actually the intention here, and they are meant to draw at native resolution, so it might be fixed relatively soon. That would be nice. Yeah, so that's kind of the updates on the graphics. I'm working on putting that into its own video. He did say that none of this stuff that he's spoken about is specific to 4.1. The decision about how many releases they do, when they are, how to number and name them, and what tech features are included or integrated into each release is ultimately with the Star Citizen leadership and not himself. He's just stating about the work that the graphics team are doing. What else we got? But it's cool for him to jump on Spectrum and spend a lot of time answering questions. Yeah, I'll leave it there for that one. But there's a lot more to address in that whole thing, so I'll break that down a bit more and get it out in a video. Just lights on the... Yes, landing lights, Astro, are something we definitely need. And we have seen certain ships with that, like the Corsair, for example, has landing lights which light up the ground. I do agree, though, a landing camera that is just a top-down camera has its benefits, but is not the ideal for landing on planets where there's rocks and uneven terrain. You cannot tell where something is, or how big it is based on just a drop-down camera or a look-down camera. So, yeah, getting more like a LiDAR and all these different types of informational dials will certainly help with that. I think that's cool. He's a little honourable bear wrangler. Nothing quite like wrangling a bear. Yeah, hologram. I mean, it would be nice to have a top-down view, like camera, but I get why. And sometimes it's like, just because it's possible doesn't mean it's performance-friendly, so I get why they're not planning to do that. Turmoil recently got a Vanguard Warden, and it had a weird bug with some sort of box blocking the way of getting in and out of the pilot's seat. The ship is quite massive too, never flown a heavy fighter before. I wonder what that is. I wonder what that... Is it just like a physical box that you can see, or that is invisible? Yo, Vilkrin. So they're not the same, these ray tracing and global illumination. They are related. Ray tracing traces the path of light rays as they travel through a scene. Global illumination simulates indirect lighting in a scene after it interacts with a surface. However, you can use ray tracing to compute global illumination, right? Which sounds like what they're doing. I mean, they refer to it as ray traced global illumination. So it sounds like they're using the ray tracing technology to compute all that stuff. And what we've seen with global illumination, like ray tracing is cool, obviously, in visuals, like how it creates that natural light and dark and paths of lights. But global illumination creates a lot more of a realistic sense of light bouncing off of objects and casting the color of that object. Or, like, for example, we saw one example they did at CitizenCon where without it, you know, a Gladius would rotate close to the planet, and the cockpit wouldn't change the lighting of the cockpit as you rolled while close to a planet. Whereas with global illumination, as you do that, the light bouncing off of the planet's surface bouncing into the cockpit lit up the cockpit and just felt so much more natural. Plus, if you've got boxes of different colours lined up in a row, as we saw on CitizenCon one year, a light beaming on that, so ray trace light beaming down, like natural shafts of light, realistic shafts from a light source being like the sun, hitting that those boxes, let's say they're red, green and blue, you would see the bounce, the natural bounce of that light projected in the environment where you would expect to see that. That's the illumination of the global illumination, casting that light in the environment. Yes, so they're working on ray tracing. They're working on global illumination. As we know, they're using ray tracing to compute that, from the sounds of things, from what I've just learned. Which is why, you know, I've been saying I really want to get a new PC built in time for when that comes along. It sounds like we've got enough time to get to that, especially with the 9950 not releasing until, what, like March? Or is it later? I think it's March. So I don't think we're going to see ray tracing or global illumination come anytime in the first half of this year. More likely the second half. I mean, it might come a little earlier, I don't know, but when I do my gameplay videos, I want them to be cinematic. I want them to be at the highest graphical settings possible to help tell the story, to help feel that immersion. And I you know, having global illumination, having proper ray tracing would just be phenomenal. If I could, you know, that's one of the reasons. I want to also do it at 4K rather than just 2K, which I do now, which I hope is possible. I'll have to force the resolution unless they can get it sorted where it's 30, whatever it is, by 1440. Because right now I think you have 31 or whatever it is, and 1080, which is a small box inside my monitor. I'd rather it be proper 4K. Yeah, that's the plan, Tallman. From what I still need to do a bit more research, but if the 9950 X3D can perform in terms of gaming either equal or maybe just under or even over that of the 9800, then the additional benefits of being able to, you know, use it for multi-threading and my editing stuff will be beneficial to get that versus just the pure gaming prowess of the 9800. Pasty white buttocks. How you doing? Welcome. Also, they did say that, I think someone asked about using audio ray tracing and whether or not that's something they would like to use, and I think they said it was certainly something they would like to look at, but I think right now the priority is just getting this new sound system in, the Star Audio. Whether or not it utilizes any audio tracing, I don't know. It would be cool if they could incorporate that straight away with the new system, but I feel like it might be something that needs to be looked at after the fact. But yeah, the idea that based on the material that the audio is bouncing off of, that will determine how audible that they reverberate, or whatever the term is. So you can, you know, if it's like a fabric panel that the sound is bouncing off, it'll be absorbed, it'll be muffled, or dampened. Whereas if it's a solid, you know, steel plate, it'll bounce off much better. So there's stuff they could do there as well. Yes, it is unnecessary, is ray tracing. Absolutely. It is not necessary to make the game play better, or it doesn't enhance your gameplay as such, but visually it looks cool. It is an option that you will have. Yeah, you won't have to have it. It'll be obviously a big performance hit if you choose to have it, but that's why I know I need to build a monster of a PC so that I can do it without it causing a problem, or you know, I want 4K 60 FPS minimum for my gameplay videos. Obviously we're playing Star Citizen here, but as we've already seen with 4.0 preview, the frame rate, they've done a lot of optimizations there and more to come. They were also planning on doing software-based ray tracing to simulate what the hardware does to give the same effect without being hardware limited. Very nice, Flood. Excellent. So yeah, more, optimizations, clever techniques, they will find ways of doing it. Yeah, no tactical advantage of ray tracing, but it certainly looks cooler. So 9950X3D beats the 2850K on Cinebench multi-score test. What's that? What's the 2855? What? I don't know what that test is. Spillane, thank you so much for the 34-month resub. Beers and party players. I wish I had some beers. Damn it. How are you doing today? Yeah, Planetech, Planetech alone, with the visual improvements to planets, the new biome, it's going to look phenomenal in itself. But, ray tracing, when we have this weather system come out with rain and shafts of light through the clouds as they dynamically form, oh my lord, it's going to be beautiful. I already, like many of us, just stop and stare at the sky on places like Bloom and just watch the clouds change. Woohoo, it's going to be nice. Mr. Noodle, how you doing? What are your thoughts on the Mark II Super Hornet? Love your content. We got a squad up. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. So we're not probably jumping in today, but Wednesday, if you're about, by all means jump in, my friend. No, I love the Hornet series. I like that there is a lot of range with all these different Hornets. I'm glad that they have redone, the Mark II of all the lineup. If you mean like in terms of current performance or stats or specs, I just ignore it all. It'll get adjusted and accurately tuned when the time is right. Which they do it as much as they can now. They're going to do it again. They'll keep updating, be that nerf, buff, whatever it is, depending on what it needs. But I love the Super Hornet. The amount of fire. It reminds me a bit of like flying the Buccaneer with all that firepower, but in a Hornet chassis, which is probably my favorite fighter is the Hornet Mark 1, just in terms of like this is the video that I saw back in 2012. When was this? 16th of October. Like I watched this very video and was like, this is the game I want to play. So I just continued following it from there on and seeing them go out in the Hornet and that 6 degrees of freedom. The Hornet, the Bengal. The Hornet is one of the most iconic ships for me for Star Citizen. So, and it's the Mark 1 at that. When they brought out the Mark 2, the F7A, and we could see how much of an update it had, it looks cooler than the Mark 1. It's probably a better performing ship, as you would expect with the next generation. But for me, it's about that, the old school style. It's what got me into it. You feel like audio ray trace would create a bunch of its own issues. Yeah, everything they want to implement could create issues, but thankfully they don't have the fear of bringing that in, right? That's part of changing the scape of gaming, is not holding back. If there's a better way to do something, they'll do it. Broke Citizen, how you doing? I'm good, thank you, sir. Really, 39 pop the whole time. That's typical, yeah. Oh, so 285K is the newest Intel flagship CPU, replacing the 49... Oh, I'd never even heard that, but it's mediocre at best for gaming. It sounds like they're losing their top spot. It's been a while, hasn't it? But yeah, it's... At this time, it looks to me like AMD are the way I'm going for their processors. I have no bias to any. I will go with whatever's best for my needs. And, everything's factored into that performance. Both gaming, editing, price, support. You think it should be equal to the 98? Yeah, so everything else is just a benefit for what I need. That's good then. If somebody's so desperate for a win that they turn off foliage, well, yeah, but the problem is people will do that. It's obviously, people using exploits, people cheating in games. It's irrelevant whether, that person is pathetic or not for doing that. Really, it just ruins the game for anybody. Like, you might be spending a lot of time trying to get some reconnaissance on a player outpost because, you know, you want to attack it or you want to do something with it. And if you've been hiding in this bush for the last 2 hours gathering that information and they can just see you the whole time, it's stupid, you know? So yeah, it's important that people can't do that. Yeah, decoy bushes, that's a good idea. But they are also unifying the lighting with the new software-based ray tracing and the thousands of probes. So while ray tracing will probably look better, you can probably not enable it and get a similar effect. What are we talking about? Sorry, Flood. Were you talking to me there? How you doing, Spillane? You're good, mate. Do you think they will do a gold pass on the Super Hornet Mark 1? I mean, yes, they'll support the Mark 1 like any other ship. So it will certainly get its proper pass. But when they do that, I don't know. But even the new Hornets don't have physical components, do they? Have firmly found myself in the only upgrade when necessary and only buy when on sale. To be fair, I tend, unless it's something I certainly desperately need, or that I think, you know, certain things, whatever that is, never go on sale because they are great and they are worth it all the time. Not to say that when things go on sale, you know, they're not worth it at the full price. I just mean certain things I will buy full price because I know they're good and they're worth it. But yeah, generally most other things I either wait for a sale or I asked ChatGPT to find me discount codes. If I'm looking for something, if I want to know what the best is for something, I will ask ChatGPT based on all the reviews and things from the web to tell me what the best thing is for each scenario. I've been using it for camping, you know, what's the best raincoat or what's, you know, that kind of thing. And then when I've determined what I want based on what I've read, I will then ask it for a discount and find that, or wait for it to go on sale. Like with Amazon, you just wait for a Prime Day if it's something you don't need desperately. Frack, how you doing? Yeah, a lot of these old videos look terrible. That's so bad. Oh, man. You've had 3 4900Ks die in 7 months. Wow. That is terrible. You went with the 7800X3D for the first time myself. I can ever upgrade to 9800 without changing anything else besides the CPU. You can never upgrade. You can... What's that for? You can always upgrade. Oh, they're both on the AM5. Okay, that's good then. You repaired a salvage ship and the game reverted it back to damaged. What happened there? Is any of the Hornet variants better than the F8 Lightning? I don't know. I don't know what is currently best fighter. I don't know how much of just player skill is involved in that. I would say the Super Hornet is probably on par, but likely needing, you know, like as they stand today, they may change as time goes on. So I would just go with whatever you like the most. Oh, so you can even upgrade to the 9800. Nice. You see, that's something as well that I want to do with the new PC is future-proof it so that I can, you know, getting a power plant that is going to support a heftier GPU, like you say, AM5. If that is now the way it's going to be for a while, then I'll be able to maintain that every 3-4 years if necessary. More RAM options. Just, yeah, I want to future-proof my PC as well. Oriel made amazing sound cards that simulated 3D sound, and the tech was actually really good. Sadly, it was ahead of its time, and the company folded. Oh, man, that sucks. He claimed his shrubbery first. Sorry, Icy Flood. Yeah. So the 9950X3D is a perfect CPU for any content creator that renders 4K. Yeah, I mean, that's 4K videos. Like right now, anytime I do gaming videos, they're in 2K. I want to get that to 4K. And it seems the CPU to do that is the 9950. So at this time, I'm quite confident that that's the CPU I'm going to go for, but I haven't done my own proper research into it yet to say out whether I'm doing it or not. And then if anything comes out in the meantime, who knows? Yeah, so, yeah, as Morgo says, the term, like, gold pass, we're not going to see platinum or diamond. A gold standard pass at whatever time is whatever is available tech-wise and, you know, at that point. The gold standard pass will continue to evolve with new tech, but it will still be called the gold standard because that is the gold standard. That is just the current highest level of tech. And then they will go to, you know, the next time they do a gold standard pass, it'll be with the new technology that has just come out since the previous gold standard pass. It's not like, you know, we're going to see platinum and diamond and so forth. It's just a terminology that relates to whatever is available right now, tech-wise. AMD is more upgradable since they do not change sockets. Like, yeah, Intel seem to do that quite a bit, don't they? Mac, do we know, will they go back to ship naming? Oh, as in, like, being able to put names. They will eventually, yeah. What they found was that the words didn't scale well based on the amount of letters used. Like, ideally, if you wanted to name your ship A1, it would be huge in the place where it needs to sit, taking up that space. If you wanted to call it, this is the best damn spaceship in the verse, it would be super tiny and all the way along, you know. So they wanted to find a better way of doing it, and it's just not something that is necessary right now, but they will certainly do that as, you know, as time goes on to find at the right time. Can Premiere upscale to 4K already, even with 1440p content, which allows more bit? I don't know. I haven't really checked into it myself, but once I get this 4090 from Tengu, once he picks up a 50 series, I should at least have AV1, which I don't know if that's got anything to do with it. Again, I need to do more research into it, but I know you can create content. Like, I'm pretty sure Premiere will allow that kind of thing. And if it doesn't, then I will scrap Premiere and go with something else and have to learn a good. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Premiere will allow... oh, do I? Oh, okay. Is it already using AV1, or do I need to enable that? I didn't think it came with it. I'm still using NVENC, or H264, or whatever it's called. Oh, okay. But yeah, I haven't looked into it properly, but I'm pretty sure Premiere can work for that. I don't know about, like, upscaling or whatever all that means, but yeah, I don't know too much about this stuff. Yo, camping was great. Thank you, Broke. Yeah. Again, as I say, there will be a video at some point on a separate channel once I've set that channel up, but I haven't done anything with that yet. Welcome, David. So, the Zeus ES and CL are available in-game, and the Starlancer Max, once 4.02.2 goes live. It's not there yet. YouTube artificially caps max bitrate. You can use just based on your original uploaded resolution to upscale to 4K. It looks better, less pixelated. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll look into that. But yeah, I mean, obviously I'm talking about, like, videos here, not streaming as such. And I need a Wii, actually. No, I haven't spoken to Morph about it, but of course his visuals are top-notch. So, ow, that's kind of where I want to get to, and beyond if possible, with whatever I do. Anyway, let me just have a wee, and then I'll be back. Ooh, sounds like the little chaos demon is making her way up the stairs. Do I lower my resolution? No, I don't. No, not for DLSS to work. I just keep it as it is. But the resolution that I want in-game is not available yet. I think I have to force it, which is the 30... What am I thinking? The 30... Whatever the 4K resolution is. 30-something by 1440. Right now, the only option I have is 30 whatever by 1080. I just fell off my chair seeing you hit the table with your foot. That was my knee. One of the downsides of the MONSTERTECH rail system is that if you bang it, it hurts. Usually, I avoid it. Sometimes, if I don't push my chair out far enough before I swing round, I hit it. Oh, okay, so I need to get to 3840 by 2160. Well, in that case, I might need to force... Well, actually, I think the resolution of this monitor... So, I guess it's not true 4K I'm trying to push. It's 3840 by 1440, because I don't think this actually goes to 2160, just because the Samsung G9 isn't that height. So for me, I need to get my videos at 3840 by 2160, maybe even a widescreen version of that as well. So is that what I'm after then? 3440 by 1440. Because I don't want to do it in the full widescreen. I don't know if that's something... I mean, that wouldn't work for streaming, but... Videos, maybe. I don't know. You use MONSTERTECH as well. I mean, they're fantastic stuff, but... Yeah, if you bang your knee on it, they're so solid. Oh, it hurts. Tickle My Pickle, how you doing? Welcome. I don't know. Doesn't Twitch use AV1? Does it not? If I wanted true 4K, 21 by 9, it's 5120 by 2160, which isn't the G9. No, the G9 is 51. Yeah, 51. So I don't think I can even do 5120 by 2160, can I? Because my monitor is maximum 5120 by 1440. Yeah, I play in 16:9. Isn't my monitor like 32.9 or something? Yeah, 32.9. 32.9. You have a decision to make these days. I solo the Polaris. Do you think soloing the Perseus would be easy? I don't think soloing any of them is going to be possible when engineering comes along. I think it's a real difficult one, bro, because as much as you can probably do it now, it's going to get a lot harder as we get more systems. And, you know, even with PDCs, it's probably going to be a bit more of a struggle because the PDCs are not really there to take on fighters or other ships. They're there to take on, you know, maybe small ships as a deterrent, but mostly like missiles, like self-defense. So I think you're going to struggle to solo in a ship of that size. So I wouldn't really plan for that. Maybe, you know, when the Perseus comes out, you might be all right. But if engineering is out by that point, it's going to be hard. For the full width, 3440 by 1440 for slightly reduced width. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know, to be fair, what the best option is. Because most people who watch YouTube, probably, a lot of them have widescreen, but not everybody. Is it worth doing 3440 by 1440 rather than doing the full thing? You're currently using three 32G7s. Thing is, I like having one monitor where you don't have the bezels in between. But yeah, it's not the ideal monitor for doing like content on YouTube and stuff. But there's ways to improve what I do already and make it better. Yeah, it's 5K, but I don't think putting out like content, like if my PC can run it, even putting out content of that resolution will look weird for most people. Because it's such an extreme range. If you have a normal monitor, it's just going to have those bars, isn't it? Making videos, you'd go with 21:9 most of the time. It's a good balance between ultra wide and mega. Could you DM me with some of that stuff, APOC? Because it's stuff that I need to look into, and you have a much better idea of what it is that I need to do. But yeah, the highest resolution I can possibly do, where I can keep it somewhat relative. I'm losing my voice. That's why I only use small ships at the moment. I don't want to love a large ship and not have anyone to run it. Yeah, and we're not getting NPC crew until after 1.0. Broke, if you need people to man your ship, by all means, jump in with us, dude. We'll help you out. Yeah, making friends is going to be more important. But this is why, you know, with what I do on Twitch, where I say to people, jump in with us, I always used to be a solo gamer. And it's taken a while for me. Thankfully, being a content creator, it's helped massively with dragging me out of that solo spacescape into a multi-crew environment. And I know that apprehension and that anxiety of joining in with other people and thinking like, oh my god, like I don't want to have to deal with other people. I don't want to make a mistake. Which is why when you play with me, if you make a mistake, don't worry about it. I can assure you, I make multiple, as you watch, I make multiple mistakes time and time again while playing with other people. The point is we're together, we're working together, we're backing each other up, we're having a good time. I don't expect people who fly with me to be the best at everything and to never make a mistake or to, to apologize when something... It happens, right? It's a game at the end of the day. And for various reasons, be that incompetence in ourselves, luck of the draw based on what you were doing at the time, or a bug, or just a game problem, mistakes happen, right? So when I stream, jump in, get used to being with other people in game, used to using VoIP, the do's and don'ts of group gameplay, and just learn the ropes that way, because it is a much better experience and you don't need to be worried or scared about it. Sure, there are certain clans or groups that, you jump in with them and they're going to be like, no, get out of here, you can't do that or whatever. I mean, obviously when I'm streaming, I don't want people just talking over me all the time because I'm streaming, but when I'm in game, information is important. Speaking of solo, Geoff, thank you for the follow, by the way, King Baldwin. I'm trying to determine what ship I should aim for as I rise through the bounty hunter ranks. I would say aim for a Zeus Marquis, which we don't have yet, but that's the one I want to get to when it comes to bounty hunting. So Morph makes YouTube videos 21:9. Okay, so it's definitely plausible. What he uses, is it CapCut, or he doesn't use Premiere, does he? You're a truck driver that games on a laptop for the evening most nights, and I'm down on downtime. I'm stuck in that solo mindset. It's hard to break. It is, and I'm talking from experience. I was so reluctant to move into the whole multiplayer games. For me, it was either playing solo games or playing with my brother or a few of his friends together. The whole online world was a difficult transition for me as going through that age where I just didn't want to play with other people, and especially when it was you're fighting everybody. The nerves and my heart rate would just skyrocket when I was playing with other people because I was so nervous about not winning or whatever. And it still does to a degree now. Like if I get murder hoboed or if someone's coming after me, I'm like, come on. But I know the more I do it, the more I become relaxed with it and the better I'll be at it. So yeah, I get it, But yeah, crewing with other people takes the pressure off, even as just a turret gunner. But more importantly, it creates such an incredible gaming experience that when you've tasted it, you'll be like, forget solo. I want to, you know, and I don't even want people to be, you know, if you don't want to take on a big important role, by all means don't do that, you know. In a ship like a Polaris, there's going to be, if you want to be an engineer, you don't have to be the chief engineer making all the big decisions. You could be an assistant or just helping, like moving logistics and stuff. So there's plenty of roles there. Tech, how you doing? I don't know. I haven't done the Vaughn missions. What do you mean, like the payout? They've probably changed the payouts quite drastically to fit with the new economy, but I don't know what the current payout is. Welcome, by the way. Hang on, I'm sure there was someone else saying something there and I've missed it. Wonko, thank you so much for the 73-month resub. How you doing today, mate? It was good. Really, really windy, but really good other than that. How are you today? Be Rutherford, not Billups. What is that reference? You come out with all these random references. I have no idea what you're talking about most of the time. Piss Poor Pete. How you doing, sir? It certainly does. Mistakes make great content. Yeah, absolutely. I think most people who play are extremely tolerant of mistakes. Yeah, we'd have sworn off the developers by now if we blew up at the odd mistake. Absolutely. And you know, there's so many things that I've done that have caused problems. It doesn't matter. Oh, lower decks. Oh, I hadn't seen that. Okay. Jackal 07, mate. Welcome. What about the Super Hornet Heartseeker? It's so fast and easy to grind. The 53,000 ship under attack mission can complete them in. Yeah, it's, you know, there's still a lot of balance to go for everything to make it make sense. The Super Hornet is a powerhouse. It is just, it blasts everything. And I love using it. I love putting, you know, my trigger finger on all weapons in one go, which obviously isn't efficient. But right now, the way the game works, you can just offload all your ammo in one mission and then go and replenish. Although it does get a bit costly. I wouldn't advise doing that with missiles. Yeah, plenty of ways to help out around the ship on board. Be that moving boxes around. Eventually, it'll be, you know, checking components, putting out fires, repairing components. Even just providing security. The amount of times now that we're having people just randomly come on board without us kind of knowing at times, we need security on board. Even if that means walking around and checking that everybody is in the party on board. If you see someone not in the party, we can question them and find out what's going on, right? Has CIG said when we'll be able to log out without a... No, they haven't. No, there are big changes coming to that, but I think that's, you know, that's still part of the plan, but they haven't said when. I don't mind casually teaming up with others as long as I know what is expected of me. If I am a turret gunner, I know what I'm doing. If I'm a cargo wrangler, I know what I'm doing. I mean, absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, a lot of the time when I jump on with you guys, I will designate, you know, to do something. Be that if we get into bother, you're on this turret, you're on that turret. You're, you know, doing this. If at any time you're like, I don't want to do that, you can just say, oh, could I do something else? That's fine by me. I'm not a dictator. People, as time goes on, will slot into the roles that they want to do, and I'll learn that more, and I'll know not to, you know, put this guy on this because he doesn't like it. He prefers this. And if you know, if you're like, even if you just jump on randomly at whatever time you have available, Ramoyne, you can say, what do you want me doing? Give me something to do. I will find something. It is... And that should just evolve more and more. I mean, when engineering comes along, there is going to be so much to keep tabs on, where you will have a chief engineer who is the person who has the highest understanding of that ship, the components, the way that they're all communicating, where the power is being allocated to, and being able to change that on the fly using the presets or their own ability, so that it gets the most out of the ship for the situation. It's not, you're not going to want to have 100% to everything all of the time. You know, it's going to be changing, but they're not the sort of person that you want to be running up and down the halls, changing relay nodes and fixing components and ripping them out for new components, because they may need to be back on the bridge changing the preset to, you know, full combat mode or stealth mode, depending on the situation. So having people on hand, like I kind of see them as runners, people who are just available to be like, I need you to go to this location to change that relay node, take out that component, put out that fire, put in that component, and that will probably be happening in multiple places, especially if you are in heavy combat. I do play solo still. I still enjoy the solo stuff, but when I'm playing solo, I miss having others on. Like, it's not the same experience at all. Playing solo versus playing multi-crew, it is night and day different. There are benefits to both and enjoyments for both, but when you're multi-crewing, it's just a whole nother game. Alzino, how you doing? You want to be a COB chief of the boat, top enlisted man on the ship. What's a COB chief? I don't know what that is. I don't want gung-ho multi-crew gamers. I want people who will, I mean, not sounds awful, do as I ask if necessary, because I tend to have an overview of what's going on and what people are doing. But I don't want people going around just shooting and blasting all the time. Now, when it comes to people being on board, absolutely shoot. Like, if they're not supposed to be, we can shoot first and ask questions later. In most scenarios where we are the bigger force, in most scenarios, full stop, I don't want shoot first, because I don't want to. A lot of the time, you can just cause a fight when there shouldn't have been one. But yeah, if someone comes on board, they shouldn't be there, right? So thankfully, with the system, the medical system, you can put them down, put them in the brig, revive them, or, you know, let them come around and then ask them and find out. Yeah, we need people on board, even if it's someone on the bridge to provide security, someone walking around doing a sweep of the whole ship to make sure that people are doing what they're supposed to be doing within reason, not like you know, why aren't you doing this? Go do this. Like, that's my job, not in that rude way, but, you know, looking around. If there's someone not in the party, or they're shooting at a component, then of course that's put them down. Let's find out what they're doing. If I am patrolling a ship and I find a non-party member, he's going down first, then yes, absolutely. Yeah, you've got an hour and a half to figure out what they're doing, and revive them before it is seen as you know, murder as such, even though they shouldn't be on the ship anyway. Chaotic Wolf, how you doing? Yes, we did Wonko, mate, thank you. English today, I know. Seems to be a good possibility. Oh, chief of the boat. What does that mean? Just in charge of the boat? I don't know what that guy was doing landing on your ship. I don't know what his intentions were, but that was a perfect situation of a shoot first, ask questions later. He shouldn't be there. Put him down. We can always revive. My plan was, if we'd established communications and he was like, sorry, I was just, you know, looking around, or I actually wanted to blow your ship up, we could be like, well, yeah, don't do that. Get in your ship, take off, get out of here. I would have done that, but he chose violence and didn't want to talk. Welcome, Dion. How are you doing, my friend? Oh, you're doing great. You're not Dion. You're just having trouble right now. I get where you're going. How you doing? 07. Bluebird, how you doing? SBM? Who the hell's SBM? You've missed nothing, my friend. We've not done anything. Do we think this is a release candidate, then? I think it could be. COB is short for Chief of the Boat, highest rank in the list. Oh, it's actually a real rank, then, is the COB. I would love to be a small ship security escort for a larger ship. That is something we always need, you know, like, especially as time goes on through this year and it gets more playable and I'm drawn in more to play, I do want to do more than just what we've been doing, which is essentially just the narrative stuff, right? It's going through these phases. What I would like to do is salvaging ops, mining ops, hauling ops, where we're moving large quantities of things of value from place to place, trading and so forth, and having escorts and being able to pay people. I'm trying to get it a bit more organized and accurate to being able to pay people and for their services. That's not to say we need 50 escort ships and no players on board, or 50 people on board and no escort. There needs to be a balance there. But yeah. Oh, that's alright, Bluebird. I'll let you off, mate. Jerry Ryan. That rings a bell. What was she in? 7 of... Oh, is that Jerry Ryan? 7 of 9. Okay, there we go. You made it to the mountainsides near Windfall, and Windfall was being camped by hostile players at the time. And where I was, I saw a Polaris swoop down towards Windfall and take out the campers. Nice. That's the way to do it. That'll stop them. But yeah, you know, if you are, you know, people on the fence of wanting to jump in and play, like, I get it, some people just don't want to multi-crew at all, and that's fine. I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying you have to. I am saying you should, but I get it. If you truly, truly don't want to, then so be it. But if it's because you're worried about making a mistake or embarrassing yourself or doing something wrong, do not feel that, because we all make multiple mistakes time and time again, but we're all there to back each other up when those mistakes happen and make it work. And yeah, this is one of the reasons why I'm so excited for engineering, is because right now there is a few reasons to have people on board, be that to man turrets, to help with other things like helping the pilot to navigate, helping with communications throughout the ship to a degree. But it's mostly just turret gunners. Now, security is absolutely important because of how people have snuck onto ships and, you know, like with Deacon's Polaris, he was like, this guy was like, oh, wow, a Polaris. And Deacon was like, come and have a look. You're welcome to come and have a look, you know, being kind. Guy comes on board. After about 20 minutes, we're like, where is this dude? We find him in the kitchen. Neither myself or Deacon were prepared, and he just blasted us away, went straight to the bridge, flew it off and crashed it and blew us all up. The second time that happened on Apox, we were more prepared. Apoc locked himself in the bridge. He landed so that all of us could get in and assault on foot through the ship. We put him down, we put him in the brig. So there is more reason to have security, even if that is just patrolling the ship. Feel free to have, you know, weapon drawn or whatever, just or just making sure that there is no one on board that shouldn't be on board. There's plenty of roles to have, and then when engineering comes along, that is gonna, like, for a Polaris, I would think you would have a chief engineer, main engineer, and then maybe 2 or 3 engineering underlings. So, you know, assistants to the engineer who at any given time can be like, I need you to go to this room, replace this. I need you to go and get a new component, a new power plant, or not power plant, but, you know, this item is breaking. Go and repair it. Or there's a fire that's broken out over there. Go and put that out. There's a lot to be done. Hawk, how you doing? Welcome. What do you think Jumptown will look like now that we have the Polaris in game? I don't know. You know, we've had things like the A2 and bombs, and there's been torpedo ships already. And I think with the turrets, if they have turrets at these locations, I don't know if they do, but they could always take these things out. But it's like, you know, you could easily assault something like that with a Polaris and provide some form of air cover. I think what'll happen though, as we get the flight model improved more, having a ship just sit in atmosphere is not going to be possible. Do you know, if you ever notice, whenever we have escorting ships like fighters, and I go to a planetside location, I always, if I see like a fighter just sat there, I always ask them to at least circle the area. Partly because, you know, you're getting a full 360 radar up there, or scanner, where you could essentially see someone approaching at any given time, but mostly because it breaks my immersion. It annoys me just seeing a ship just sat there, because essentially it shouldn't be able to do that. And when the flight model advances, it won't be able to unless you have VTOL thrusters, which will then be kicking in, and you'll see that happening. A ship will need to maintain a vector and uplift in order to do that. And yeah, something like Jumptown, even having a ship like the Polaris, you're not going to want to be trying to sustain that stability in a ship, especially of that size, in an atmosphere. Fair enough, it's a moon, but, you know, even so. And not to mention, the blast from the VTOLs, if you've ever noticed when we've gone planetside and there's been a Polaris close by to the planet, it's blasting you over, it's throwing you around. It's a nightmare trying to walk because of all the wind effect. So, yeah, I think as time goes on, ships will no longer just hover there, which for locations, planetside locations like Jumptown, you're not going to see just someone sat there shooting down on you. That just annoys me when, you know, when that people can do that. They do it. I mean, I do it sometimes, but we do it because we can. Eventually, that will no longer be an issue. Mac, do you know anything about the current state of coolers? Am I wasting time trying to farm out these absolute zero instead of... I don't know, but I know right now coolers have not been vastly improved from one to the next. I think coolers are kind of a bit pointless right now. Not pointless, you need them, but I don't think I would spend a lot of time trying to figure out getting the best, because if you look at quantum drives, which are the only component right now that has a true balance and variation between them all, we will see that happen to all the other components, where there will be meaningful trade-offs. But yeah, right now, I wouldn't put so much emphasis on that. I would say quantum drives and your weapons are the main things to focus on. Fair enough, you know, certain trade-offs between like power plants, coolers, and so forth, and shields, but not massively. There's not enough differences between the archetypes and so forth, which I'm expecting we will start to see roll out soonish, maybe even before engineering comes in, just so that they can iron this stuff out. It goes Captain OX, Cobb. Yeah, you mean XO. So, yeah, sorry, you do mean that. Yeah, so Captain XO, Cobb, the enlisted personnel report to the Cobb then reports to the XO, which in turn reports to the captain. Yes, so we also, like, that's the hierarchy that we're going to be seeing, that I will be establishing, is most, and a lot of that will be required through VoIP, where we have different like hierarchical voice levels, like you see with certain VoIP systems, and we will get that, because that's why I don't like using Discord, because we're all in the same room together at the same volume, and it gets nightmare trying to talk to stream, talk to one another. It needs to be location based. It needs to be hierarchical based. Not because I don't want to speak to those who who are the, I'm the captain of the ship. I don't want to speak to anyone who's not a captain. It's not like that. It's just the information I need is high level information based on the fleet maneuvers. I need the information to then give to those in charge of that certain area, like chief engineer, who will report to me with their findings and so forth. That is something that we definitely need, and will come in time. Yeah, that's true. Jumptown with 600 players. Oh, God. Yeah, that'll be fun to watch. But no, the whole hierarchy is important in just efficiency and working. Not for the sake of, being better than someone else. It's just, it works efficiently and it flows properly. And that is what I'm looking forward to massively. Monstrous hybrid. I will do, my friend. Yoink. Matt Shandy, how you doing? For power units at the moment, pretty much just a case of more power bars, the better, yeah. Which is a very rudimentary, like variation between them, isn't it? Yeah, Fruit. I'm rearming, refueling. There will be physical ways of doing that eventually. Even ways to do it in the field, but I don't know when that's coming. Better at coolers will just mean the engineer doesn't have to keep a close eye on it. Well, it just means things can run more efficiently without the worry of things overheating and malfunctioning. And then, of course, just being destroyed. A fire will break out regardless of whether you've got coolers on. Well, not regardless, but it's not ultimately... overheating is the main thing that will be caused without coolers. In fact, you cannot fly a ship without a cooler. When I was doing my... I assume this is still the case, but when I was doing my hardcore Zero to Hero, where I started with a ship without... or started without a functioning ship, I found out that I couldn't just buy a power plant and be like, now we can fly. You need a cooler, because your power plant will overheat otherwise. So, yeah, it's important. Your signature system, absolutely. Being able to reduce your IR signature, and I think some coolers may contain more, like stealth coolers will probably be able to hold more heat and release it when you want to before it overheats. So there's a lot that will come with that, but right now it's not a big deal, right? Real Exodus, how you doing? Welcome. Colo, how you doing? Yeah, my weekend was fantastic, thank you. How was yours? Yeah, the social systems, as we've heard, transit system is first. That's their priority. Social system, I think they said, was next, which includes VoIP, party system, hopefully things like organizations as well. But, Chris has said, in terms of VoIP, they want to make it so good, the whole VoIP system, that it discourages people from wanting to use a third party. And obviously emphasizing that discourage. You can't stop someone using something like Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever, if people still use that. But make it so that they feel like they are genuinely missing out on not using it. Yeah, JP is ill today. I don't know where Deacon is. Ralthan's here. Ralthan's been hanging out. Gonna need a Yeti, Fruit. You what? Was that wrong chat? In Breda for training? What's Breda? It would be so cool to be an engineer in a stealth ship trying to keep the heat in until... Yeah, being like, we need to release this heat. And just inside the temperature of the ship just increasing and it getting uncomfortable for everybody. And then... Oh, it's in the Netherlands, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, in the Netherlands for training. What are you training? Yeah, better cooler makes you cooler. Butter is breader than margarine. Flippin' heck. I didn't know where that was going. Last time we had Jumptown, the game was still... So, I mean, this... So, essentially, Phase 3, isn't that like Pyro's equivalent to Jumptown, though? So, we'll kind of get a taste of what Jumptown will be like with 600 players and all these new ships. You as a quartermaster in the Navy, which is a ship navigator. Oh, okay. See, navigation is... Having a navigator on the bridge is going to be very important, especially when we have a lot more things to think about when traveling around places. And, being able to relay information about paths and updated paths and relaying that either to the captain or to the pilot and essentially helping the pilot to do their job better, because they're just going to be focused on flying a ship, right? Remember, when life support becomes a thing, it will be limited to the size... Yes, that's true. So when we get like a crew contingent, like an idea of... Like when they say this ship is supposed to support this many people, that doesn't just mean in terms of beds and, being able to walk around inside that ship comfortably. A lot of it is pointing to life support and the ability to scrub the CO2 out so that there's enough oxygen, and that there's enough oxygen first and foremost for that number of players. So that will determine how many players you have on board. That's not to say you can't, clown car a ship. It's not like it's a hard, right, you've got too many players, now you're all just going to die. It just means it'll work harder, and it will degrade quicker, and you will run out of oxygen quicker. So, yeah, that's something to think about, actually, when we have any sort of mission requiring you to go to a planet and rescue because of a natural disaster. You know, you have to get a load of people on board and take them to safety. You'll have to think about that with your life support module. Baked as F. Potato, how you doing? I'm not looking forwards to the revenge ramming people will do. Yeah, hopefully as time goes on, that sort of stuff can be completely made pointless for people to do. Mostly in the sense that they're going to have to wait a long time to get their ship back, and it's going to cost them a lot of money in-game as well. But also in terms of Maelstrom, I guess that will deter... It should be realistic. If they're ramming you, you know, you're both going to get crap. But yeah, it'll not like a fighter hitting a Polaris in a special way and it blows it up. Idris' Squadron 42 release, I think. Yes, so the Idris will release as Squadron releases, but the Bengal carrier will be after. Not the Bengal carrier, the Javelin will be after. And I don't know when the Bengal carrier... I don't even know if the Bengal carrier will be released to buy. We know you can craft it eventually, but I don't know how it would work in terms of being able to buy one. Oh, we're talking about when is it going to... Any predictions for Invictus? Definitely could see the Perseus, I think. Other than that, what's that other gunship now? That might be one. Yeah, just get everyone to stay in the spacesuits. Yeah, I mean, even suits will have oxygen limits that you'll have to replenish. I mean, you know, they'll replenish themselves when you go into an oxygenated environment. But yeah, you've bought a Perseus, but really can't see it being out in May. I hope Chris Roberts... I'm wrong. I hope to Chris Roberts I'm wrong. Chris Roberts, sorry. I kind of agree. It feels a bit too quick to get it out, but we know they can... the reason why they pursued RSI with the Polaris, the Perseus, the Galaxy, is because it can reuse a lot of assets, and they just have to build out the bespoke differences. So it could be that. It actually takes a lot, it comes a lot quicker because they're not having to build the full thing from scratch. They're just reusing a good chunk of the assets. Not to say there isn't a lot of work to do for it. Of course there is. Just saw, but I was far away and fuzzy. So could be they are working on LOD 0. Oh, what, for the Perseus? Good news, the chance of that asteroid hitting Earth in 2032 has dropped to 0.005%. Oh, wonderful. What will the interior of the Perseus look like? I don't know. That obviously it has its bespoke rooms because it's a different ship, but a lot of the stuff will just be reused. So it should cut down the development time a lot. And then obviously going on to the Galaxy from there, even more so. The captain doesn't need to know what TP needs to be ordered. The dock division head should have... Yeah, exactly. It's important that the right person gets the right information at the right time without being overloaded with other stuff. So the bridge crew will obviously be made up of... And this is why, you know, all these other stations, people are like, what's the point of them? But having a communications officer on board who can relay information to the appropriate people, where the captain isn't constantly bothered with every single snippet of information that comes in. You've got the engineer, chief engineer on board, who can keep the captain and the pilot and other people up to date with the status of the ship. So if the pilot suddenly feels something's wrong there, the engineer will probably know already that we've lost power to this system. The captain then can determine what needs to be done, and the chief engineer won't even need to bother the captain and will be able to get someone out to go and fix it. The navigator will be able to help the pilot navigate properly, giving out proper paths for whatever's necessary, being that refueling stops, dangerous locations to avoid, you know, all sorts of things. So, and then you've got the weapons officer if it's a gunboat. Oh, there's so many reasons to have people on the bridge to help, and the vast majority of it is just communication, having proper communication. Mac to Sting, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thank you for following. But no, you won't be able to have too many people on board, but you will be able to have essentially enough to fly a ship efficiently when you are at the max, especially. Mac, if the Perseus came out without a custom cannon loadout, how unhappy do you think people will be? I have no idea. I don't know enough about the ship, what it has, what it doesn't have. I'm sure whatever CIG do, people will be unhappy. Some people will be happy. By custom cannon loadout, I assume it has a custom cannon. Some people will be unhappy. Some people won't care. Or the above, or the below. Hopefully they can get it out as it's supposed to be, but I don't know. What is the best way to get notifications of upcoming in-game events? Sign up to the email, their newsletter. That'll tell you what's happening from time to time. You could always join them on the socials. They'll tweet out or blue sky out anything that's happening. Secretary on the bridge. Captain Real, you have a message. Anyway, I need to finish. Do you think we will ever get jetpacks or an updated eject? So yes, I don't know. I mean, jetpacks I think are very plausible, and they've spoken about them as a potential parachutes, or maybe just, you know, futuristic parachutes. Ejection seats and you know, ways of not dying from ejecting in atmosphere is certainly something that's needed. And escape pods, that's needed. So yes, we will absolutely get all of the above. But in terms of what we get, is it going to be a jetpack? Is it going to be something else? Is it going to be a parachute in the traditional sense? We don't know yet until they tell us. But there could be a variation of things. There could be a few options that have trade-offs that you can decide what you want. Will do, Interitus. Thank you, mate. I would rather have wing descent packs. I would like to have both for various... Like, it depends on where you are and what you're doing. That will determine whether you need to have wings to fly down, jetpacks to jump, or to, you know... They all have a potential role. I would love to have traditional jetpacks, though. Sorry, parachutes. I wouldn't say they're out of the question. They're definitely not the most effective or efficient option, though, because, as you say, like right now, you know, parachutes are very important because we all live on Earth. We know what the gravity is like. We know what the atmosphere can be like. So they make sense. In a place where you've got multiple different gravities and biomes, and not biomes, but atmospheres, a parachute would only work in that sense in an Earth-like environment. So there's definitely more likelihood of having something futuristic. But I still would love to have a parachute and float down onto Bloom. That would be nice. Anyway, I will see you all on Wednesday. We've got a new patch for the PTU for 4.0.2 coming today. No idea what's going to happen, but they're using English for the day naming, which seems to be quite accurate at dictating a release candidate. So we'll see if that trend continues. If it doesn't, then we can wipe that out, and, you know, clearly doesn't happen. But it certainly seems more plausible that there is a live release coming this week. Not to say guaranteed, but it looks promising. And then it's on with, I suppose, 4.1. But this week we will also see Inside Star Citizen looking at the Phase 3, is it? And a roadmap update telling us what 4.0.2 will bring, and 4.1 will bring, and into the future as well. So there's some good stuff coming this week, which I will try to cover as much of it as I can on YouTube, including any updates. And yeah, I'll let you all know once I've figured out this camping channel. Share the link to it. Whether it's got a video up there or not to start with, I don't know. But by all means, feel free to subscribe and wait for the videos. But it's not a full-time thing. It's a in my spare time. So it isn't going to take away from this, and it's not going to be content as constant as it is here. Yeah, stop by Wednesday, same time, same channel. Thank you, Coffee. Let's pass the stream on to somebody else. Let's just see who's live right now. That's account settings. That isn't going to tell me anything. Oh, we got Detox on. What's he playing? Oh, he's playing Star Citizen. Okay. Excellent. So we'll pass it Detox's way. /raid Detox. Thank you, Ramon. Yeah, have a great evening, whatever it is you get up to if you are playing Star Citizen. I hope it works superbly and smoothly for you. I will see you all on Wednesday. Hopefully I should have a video out by then as well. And hopefully we'll be jumping in and actually playing. Actually, let's just... let me just change the theme, the songs here. Solin, you legend, mate. Let me get this one out for you. Where is it? This is music by Semper. I'll leave you with this. Wrong one, hang on. 07, everybody. Have a great evening.
In the black where the stars shine bright, SuperMac takes flight in the endless night. With news and guides he lights the way for all the pilots lost in the fray. Jump into quantum engines ignite, fly through the verse,